You.
At 5
check on YouTube.
minutes to
On YouTube.
Please. I can't see her, Deepti.
I can see her in the waiting room. I did not accept her.
Okay, fine.
Right?
All right. I've just sent her a message.
Satish, are we live on YouTube?
Sorry, just checking my unruly hair.
Okay, I can see you. You're live on
Okay,
you're live on YouTube.
Yeah, on YouTube.
You're live on YouTube, yes.
We're live on YouTube at the moment, by the
Yes,
way.
3 viewers.
And there are 3 viewers. That's probably just us.
Yeah.
Hey, Sangeetha.
Hi. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Still breathing.
Still breathing. Okay, great. I'm going to actually log in from 2 IDs. So, Dakshina, if you can let me in from the other ID also. Thank you. Can you just email me the link so that, yeah.
You want me to?
All right. Okay, I'm just going to leave it from the phone. All right. So we're here. I have my questions in front of me.
I
Really
need to get
excited
the
for
questions
you for
out
the
as
launch
well.
of the
I'm sorry I started this. Okay, where
Yeah,
is
fine.
Dakshina? Sangeetha Shinde? Where is Sangeetha Shinde? Are we live on YouTube? I don't think we should be just yet.
You are, yes.
Okay,
You
here we
are
go.
viewers. You need to,
Okay.
just need to play with this.
All right. How was your day? I hope you slept well. Not to answer.
I've managed to get in 6 hours of sleep, which is more than I've been able to do for the last 1 month. So I'm feeling pretty good. How are you?
Good, good.
How's it out in the farm?
Life is good at the farm. I cannot complain about that for sure. And yeah, it's been interesting. Just give me a
Okay.
quick second. I'll be back. Quick second.
Yeah, take your time. Okay, so we're waiting for our 2 guests to arrive, I take it. Kabir Bedi is on. So Dakshina, I can hear a beeping noise. Yeah, it's gone.
So Dakshina, let my other one also in because my connection tends to fluctuate. So I have one on Wi-Fi and one on data. Should we unmute Kabir sir? Welcome to the panel, Kabir sir.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, great.
Right. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for being here.
All right.
Right. It is 11 o'clock. I think we should start. Dimple, are you ready?
All good, all good. Good to go.
All good? All right. I think Sudakshana, I think kick off with the video and we'll take it from there.
Okay, so let's play the video.
Thank you, Mr. Bedi. Thank you, Sudakshana. Thank you, Dimple, so much for being here.
Time.
Hi, can you hear the audio?
Audio. No. Unmute yourself.
Okay. What is wrong with the audio? Okay.
When I first spoke up and confessed the story of my lost childhood.
But she thought her intelligent mind working overtime. Isn't education more than this? Shouldn't a place of learning be, well, a place of learning and unlearning?
How tough is it to be an army wife, especially when things go wrong?
And do they know that accident of birth is all that separates them from me?
While men were kings, they were oblivious to who the kingmakers were.
I am female, I am Indian. My thoughts, my life, my soul are not mine, but belong to my parents, my husband, and a society that worships mothers and reviles daughters.
He raped his own daughters, this man, but alas, his daughters refused to speak out.
Just because I was born a woman.
And I'm every woman that is helpless in the face of this horror.
And she was powered by that greatest of all forces, a mother's love.
I'm not an object or a subject of discussion.
I refuse to be confined to convention.
I'm not someone's pillar. I am my own momentum.
I have a soul, and these words will set it free.
This is for every woman.
This is me.
This is the naked truth. Be part of the stories of the naked Indian woman.
Good morning, one and all. Thank you so much for joining in. Oprah Winfrey once wisely said, "Books are my past personal freedom." Few books embody this wisdom better. Welcome to the official digital book launch of The Naked Indian Woman by Sangeetha Shinde Tee. This is a book that has given freedom of voice to the everyday Indian woman. It holds within its pages the untold and the daily stories of 16 women in free verse that carry all the headaches and joy of being a female within the Indian socio-cultural context. We welcome you today to hear the unheard voices of Indian daughters and celebrate their courage as they break free of conformity and culture and share their truth. We have a host of celebrities and influencers who have come forward to support the mission of this path-breaking publication. And over the next 4 hours, we hope to take you on a journey of courageous battles and glorious freedom. So without further ado, let's witness the revolution together. For our first panel, we have none other than Mr. Kabir Bedi ji. Namaste and thank you for joining us.
Pleasure.
He is an Indian film actor. His career has spanned 3 continents covering India, United States, and especially Italy among the European countries in 3 media, film, television, and theatre. He is noted for his role as Emperor Shah Jahan in Taj Mahal, An Eternal Love Story, and the villainous Sanjay Verma in the 80s blockbuster Khoon Bhari Maang, and his role as Govinda in the 1983 James Bond film Octopussy. He is a Knight of the Italian Order and an activist who nobly supports the cause of the reading impaired. Thank you so much for joining us, sir.
Happy to be here. And congratulations on the launch.
Next on, we have none other than Suhasini Maniratnam. Ma'am, పుట్టినప్పటి నుంచి మీ సినిమాలు చూస్తూ నేను పెరిగాను. ఈరోజు మీరు ఇక్కడ ఉన్నారు, మీ ఇంట్రొడక్షన్ చేస్తున్న దానికి థ్యాంక్ యూ సో మచ్. And so to introduce Miss Suhasini Maniratnam is an Indian actress known for her works in Tamil, Kannada, Malayalam and Telugu films. She made her debut film in 1980 and with that she won multiple Filmfare Awards and state awards. Suhasini won the National Filmfare Awards for Best Actress for Tamil film Sindhu Vedavi in 1986. She has received 2 Kerala State Film Awards and 3 Filmfare Awards for Best Actress Kannada, 1 Filmfare Award for Best Actress Telugu Tamil State Filmfare Awards and Nandi Awards. Thank you, ma'am. It's an honor to introduce you. Not just me, my mom is excited here. And welcome all of you for the launch of The Naked Indian Woman. On to you, Dimple. Before that, I would like to introduce the author, the one who brought this together, Sangeetha Shinde Tee, a philanthropist, a published author, publishing 4 books, and today, one of the most revolutionary book, The Naked Indian Woman. Her books have received excellent reviews from Femina, The Indian Express, The Week, The Hindu, BBC, and the UK Tribune. She was listed as number 6 on the landmark list of 20 new writers to look out for. And the last year, she also is a healer and a counselor who works with men and women across the globe who have been through trauma, abuse, or molestation, or any kind of trauma. Sangeetha has been working with women and men from all across the world, and she has been awarded as the most inspirational woman 2019. So Sangeetha, thank you so much for bringing all of us together and being the voice of Indian women. Our moderator today, Ms. Dimple Jangda, is the founder of Prana Healthcare Center. She's a celebrity Ayurvedic and a gut health coach. She was an ex-investment banker, and today she is spreading the awareness about Ayurveda to over 60 celebrities of Hollywood and Bollywood and students from across 40 countries. Dimple, glad to have you here. The platform is yours.
Thank you so much, Sudakshana, for creating a platform where we could celebrate equality between men and women, between gods and demons, and between humans and the other side of our own personalities. I'm really honored and actually flattered to have a panel like this to moderate. My dear friend, Sangeetha Shinde, hearty congratulations to you for launching a book. Even while the rest of the world is dealing with a pandemic, you had the guts to put together stories that are heart-wrenching, that will speak to our souls. You know, if words could liberate our souls, if words could set our souls free, then we have it here. And we need no introduction on the concept of feminism itself. It is a rare gender equality concept that we've been debating and struggling with for the last hundreds of years. And it's funny that half the world's population is women, and we still have to ask. We still have to ask for the right to be equal. Isn't that strange? Half the world's population is women. The men and the women that are born come from the womb of a mother. And yet she has to ask for the respect, for the credibility, for the conscious awareness that what she's done is beyond human capabilities. To be able to give birth to an entire child is absolutely a form of miracle that we all have within us. And instead of respecting that, a woman has to fight for a right to vote, and a woman has to constantly voice her opinions. For every right and every freedom that we enjoy, there's an entire generation of women in the previous generation that had made a lot of sacrifices so that you and I can enjoy. And Sangeetha has done a wonderful job of bringing together stories of 12 exceptionally strong women who are willing to bare their soul and let people read from the experiences. So thank you so much, Sangeetha, for putting together this beautiful book. If you could unmute yourself, it'll be amazing. Because I'd love for the viewers to see every time you speak, the frame will shift to you. Sangeetha, how was your experience writing this book together? I'm sure it made you cry on some occasions. You can be honest about it.
It really did. It was quite heart-wrenching. So much of the journey mirrored my, so much of the journey of writing the book mirrored my own journey, sort of as a woman, as a young girl, as an adult. And this book in some way has been a sort of very coming of age experience for me. It's made me realize what it is I need to do, who it is I need to be. And I am in awe of the women who have spoken out. When I wrote the book, which was at the beginning of lockdown, it was in the back of watching wonderful women, very famous women sort of talking about lockdown. And here I was, with a broken back, lying in the hills in South India, overgrown, sort of 50-year-old teenager, thinking, where's my voice? Why is no one talking about what I'm doing during lockdown? And it kicked off from there. I reached out to about 160 women across various sort of women's networks across the country and overseas. Of those 160 women, only 15 were able to do what I asked them, which was one, tell their stories in all their raw honesty and pain. But my criteria was you put your real name, your real age, and your real location. I have to put that under the story. And of the 160 odd that I spoke to and interviewed, 15 were able to do this. And even of those 15, some of them needed some pretty strong, urging and convincing. But they have written their stories. It was difficult because I decided to self-publish rather than going through a traditional publishing route. And that's had its own challenges, I'll tell you. And Mr. Bedi, I do have to thank you, because when I told you that I was self-publishing, you said it was a good idea to do so, and that sort of really ratified my decision. Thank you very much for that. It was hard writing the stories. It was not fun. The story that Mr. Bedi is going to be reading was probably the hardest one for me to write, because I wrote the story of my own housekeeper. And I had to really put myself in her shoes and look at me through her eyes. And I can tell you I was deeply ashamed of who I actually was as a human. But I'm really hoping, as are all the girls who have told the stories, that this will give women the courage to tell their truth, to say what's going on, to not be ashamed, to not be afraid, to not be, sort of constantly this mantle of shame that hangs over all of us, guilt. I really hope, I really, really hope that it's just a drop in a very big ocean, but I hope somewhere, somehow, if even one woman is impacted, it's worth it for me.
That's so nicely said. And it's so inspiring. There's a saying that it's not just the abuser who is at the fault. It's also the person who was abused who's at fault for bearing that abuse, for being in silence. If you can voice your opinions, not only are you giving your abuser an opportunity to reflect on his or her actions and change into a better person, you're also inspiring and telling other women that this is not normal. It is not normal to be abused. That differentiation is a starting point of evolution, learning how to differentiate. But no conversation is complete without the other sex being involved. We can't have a one-sided dialogue. And that's why we're very lucky to have a very famous activist in his own right, Honorable Mr. Kabir Bedi, on the platform. And I have my first question for you, sir. It's quite obvious you believe in women's rights. That's why you've agreed to be part of this platform. How important is it for us to voice these stories again and again without any trace of negativity? That's another thing that is very important, which Sangeetha has encapsulated in her book. Without hate or without aggressive feminism, where it causes harm to another person, or puts down another part of the human community. How important is it for us to voice these stories in all honesty and be absolutely bare about it? I would like to hear your views on that.
This is very important. There's it's not a question of aggressive feminism or hate, etc. It's just about human rights, about human decency, about giving respect to another human being, which, the way I was brought up, is most fundamental to being a human being. So when that sanctity of a person is violated, when their rights are violated, when they are humiliated, when they are put into situations that are unbearable, there's bound to be anger, there's bound to be hate. You can call it militant feminism to speak out, but it's not. It's a very human thing to do so. So I think it's very important that people speak up, have their voices heard, and people shouldn't feel that what can I as an individual do? How can an individual make a difference? Individuals do make a difference. In the end, it is individuals that create movements. It is individuals that inspire crowds. It is individuals that change history. So individuals, singly or collectively, can be a very, very powerful force. And in putting this collection of very raw stories together, which have so many, so much violence and anger and abuse and intolerance in them, it's good because people who suffer similar things saying, I'm not alone. There are people like me. We all must speak out. We must all raise the consciousness of those around us. This is a very important thing to speak out.
That's so nicely said, especially during a time like this. I would be more flattered if a man stood up for women's rights than a woman asking for it herself, because that means she has to ask for it from someone else. It has to be given to her by a community or by the male species. That doesn't have to be the norm. It has to be men and women both coming forward to speak for the rights of their daughters, their sisters, their mothers, their aunts, and all the women that have raised them collectively. It takes a village to raise a person. And I love that you are willing to speak for the voices or on behalf of the voices of women. I also have with us a very respected actress, Mrs. Suhasini, who has inspired generations of girls and women by her acting skills. I know, Mrs. Suhasini, you've essayed a lot of roles, some of them heartbreaking even, where you've voiced the opinions of your directors and your co-actors. And quite often, you must have been through moments where you felt like crying and saying, wait, this is not right. This doesn't feel right. You probably entered the industry when even, the payment for male and female actors was not even the same back then. You started way ahead of the curve. And you must have faced a lot of challenges yourself. You must have met a lot of women who broke down and who had a lot of stories to tell. I want to hear from your experiences. What does feminism mean to you?
Hi, Sangeetha. Congratulations.
Hi, Ms. Suhasini. Thank you so much for being here. I can't wait for you to do your reading. I've been a fan of yours for a very long time, as I told you in the email.
Honored to meet Mr. Bedi also. Huge fan of his. And
aren't we all?
Had to say about women and the respect that women deserve, and I've become a bigger fan, sir. Thank you. So you're asking me about how I reacted to things that happened around me. I was in a very protected environment because we had 3 daughters. So we were a majority, so we didn't have to really demand our positions or anything like that because we were absolute majority and we ruled our home. And thanks to all the men and the women in the family, I didn't know that women were disrespected outside. Okay, like I didn't know there was anything called Hinduism, Christianity, and Islam till I came to the city. When I was in the village, I thought all 3 were the same. So similarly, I think respect for women was also something that shocked me when I came to the city, not when I was in the village. Okay, I've occasionally seen a wife being beaten up outside on the road, and then we all interfered, and the husband would say, it's none of your business, it's my wife, I'm beating her, you get lost. And my heart used to sink when the wife said, it's between him and me, you all get out. See, I think women are caged themselves, they don't want help from outside when they're being abused. I've seen a little bit of that in my village, but when I came to the city is when I saw women being abused and taken for granted. You asked me about how I reacted when I was in the industry. See, I was the only one cinematographer in the industry. So a lot of attention on me. So all the attention was given to me for my work, not for my sex. So I kind of somehow escaped from being abused because of my sex or being disrespected. So that was an advantage for me. But what happened was I became this pillar in the film industry. Every time a woman was abused, somehow she reached out to me. And we are talking about Me Too movement now, but years, I'm talking about 25 years earlier, there was a young girl who was playing my younger sister, who was from 𝐸𝐴𝐻𝐸. You understand, from 𝐸𝐴𝐻𝐸. So she didn't speak the language very well, but she was there. We were in Nagarkoil shooting for a Telugu film, and she hadn't combed her hair. So I called her and I said, you're acting as my sister. How come you haven't combed your hair? She said, I'm upset. I've been angry for 2 days. She was like hardly 14 years old, 15 years old. And there was somebody trying to abuse her in the unit, And when I said, like, you are educated, you go to a school, good school. So why didn't you react and tell her to get him to get lost? And that man was all of like 4 feet 8 inches. I'm not trying to say like height is everything. He was a 4 feet 8 inches man who, when he sees me, he will go like this. But just because he was a man, the way he was treating that young girl, I just went up to him and I said, you are getting out of my set. I don't want you around. You know, so when I was 20, I was doing this, Sangeetha. So that's what I did. I've been a crook all my life. And now I'm happy to see somebody who's not just doing it at that timeline, but recording it so that it's there for the next generation. So I'm really happy about whatever you're doing. And
thank you so much. I really hope to be able to work with you more.
Sure. You must have heard from Rupa. I run an NGO for single women. We have 300.
I believe so.
And we hear such horror stories from all of them. The one horror story that I cannot understand and I want to do something about it is when we have about 150 women, I just ask them this blunt, blatant question. If you don't wake up tomorrow, how many of you will be upset that you will not be alive tomorrow? There's not a single one who said they will be upset if they don't wake up the next day. Okay, my women, their ages are from 22 to 55. Okay, so it breaks my heart, which means there is so much of abuse that is happening in the society towards these women. You know what I mean? Like, how much of counseling is going to help? I think people like you, educating people around them who are making them feel miserable. I think that's what, I mean, I don't know if I've answered your question, Dimple.
Yes, ma'am, you have. I mean, I'm really amazed, with how much exposure can change our life. Like, a little bit of exposure can dramatically shift our perspective of life. When we're raised in a protective environment, we don't know the other side exists. Only when we step out of home are we shocked with the horrors and the reality of life. And this is something that has happened with Sangeetha also. I know she has not offered to bare her soul on this particular panel, but I've heard a story. And it's gut-wrenching, It takes empathy to recognize empathy. It takes kindness to receive kindness. And it takes struggles to recognize the struggles in other women's life. And you have gone through a lot of struggles as a young girl. I know you've lived on the streets at one point in time with no home and no parents to take care of you. You've crushed patriarchy.
I think the no bathrooms were the hardest bit, to be honest, of that whole experience.
And Sangeetha, I want you to share your story because it began with you willing to share your story. That's how you were able to reach out to these 12 women who were willing to bear their stories and were willing to put their name to the story.
Sure.
There's no more hiding after this. So we'd love to hear your story.
I'd love to, and I'd love to share it, but I think Ms. Suhasini only has a limited time with us, and we've asked her to do a reading. Perhaps she would like to do the reading now because we don't want to hold you because we know how busy you are.
Yeah, during the pandemic, like you, I started writing. So I did about 5 short films, which were shot in my friends' homes. I mean, Kabir will be happy to know that I approached some of my actor friends and I said, I'm just sending you a script, you shoot it in your house. So about 3 of them shot in their own houses. And then there is one that I did later on, which is coming in Amazon on October 16th. So we are having a press conference in the afternoon. So that's why I think I will take your leave. I mean, I'll just finish my work and whatever you wanted me to do. So please pardon me. So shall I go ahead with the reading?
Please.
Love letter to my parents. I have to confess, English is not my first language. Tamil is my language. I studied Tamil till I went to college. And when I went to college, the first sentence that my my chemistry professor said, it didn't get into my head at all because what she said was anhydrous sodium chloride. Take a pinch of the whole day I was going up and down. I take a pinch of anhydrous sodium. Then my mother said, it means in Tamil, she said, "Oru chittigai ularnda uppai eduthukollavam." My language, why is it so complicated in English? So I started speaking English or reading English only when I was 16. So please pardon my language.
Ms. Suhasini, I lived in the UK for many, many years, and I can tell you with some assurance, your English is way better than most English people I know.
But still, it's not my first language. It is probably
it's
third
beautiful.
Language. Love letter to my parents, my dearest, dearest parents. I'm so lucky to call you mine. In this lifetime, we've been given together. You've always been there for me to rely on, to fall back on. Everything you do for us. I believe you when you say this, but you have shown this in myriad different ways. You gave me the most amazing childhood, a safe home, a solid education, and some truly outstanding values in life. And these have stood me in good stead all these years I have walked this earth. But you also gave me something else, something you could have well done without. You gave me the worry of what will people say? மத்தவங்க என்ன சொல்லுவாங்க? అందరూ ఏం చెప్తారు? ఏం చెప్తారు? The worry of constantly second-guessing myself through the lens of other people's opinions and on the back of the self-destructive process, which turned me into a constant people pleaser. It reminds what we did in our childhood. You failed to give me the trust I needed and the trust in yourselves as well, that you had raised a child that could and would make sound decisions for herself. You denied me this, the God-given right to make my own mistakes and to learn from my own failures. And I so hope that someday you will learn what it was I had to learn to live without. As I turned 23, you thought it was the right time that I get married and start my life as an adult. Yes, you thought I was old enough to tie the knot, old enough to be parent with babies of my own, but not old enough to decide who this person was that I should choose to have children with. Your decisions for me were based on caste and family and what felt right for you rather than for me. I remember the day I told you I had a boyfriend. And I remember your bitter disappointment that I had chosen one out of communal boundaries. And so that love ended. And though it hurt, and badly, I still wanted to make you proud of me, you see. And I married someone that ticked all the boxes for you. You never once asked me if I was happy. You told me instead to make sacrifices and endure, and that would make everything all better. Do you know that I was afraid to tell you how bad it was? And how wrong this perfect person was for me? And when I decided to end the sham I was living, you refused to accept my reasons for doing so. While he had all the support of his family, I battled through it alone and isolated. And I faced your anger that I had chosen this way. And instead, you felt sorry for the man that had brought me low. And all you felt about the terrible time was that I had brought such shame to you both, a shame that was more unbearable for you than the 7 years of hell that I endured. And so, for years, you pretended that my suffering was something to be swept under the family carpet. And then I left. I moved countries and I made a new life for myself. I met the most amazing man. But even this was not a choice you could accept. Nothing I said consoled or pacified you, because not only was he the wrong caste and the wrong country too, but he, this man I was in love with, was of the wrong religion and belief system. Once again, you failed to ask me if I was happy. But this time, I decided to do it my way, even if it meant disappointing you. This time, I decided to put myself first, and I hoped that you would love me enough to come to terms with it and be happy, both for me and the man I had chosen. Well, fate had a funny way of turning things around, and suddenly, you both were forced to live with us. Now that you can see for yourself how good it is for me to live with this, with the choice I made, I truly hope that you're proud of me. I truly hope you accept me for what I am, and I accept the decisions I make for my own life, because I am proud of who I am today. I am proud to be the daughter you both raised, one who's strong and independent and has my own mind. And it is no small part because of you, my amazing parents, and I hope you know I love you. Saujanya Raj is a 33-year-old corporate lawyer who lives in Australia. Heart-wrenching, but so true. Thank you.
So beautifully read.
Excellent. No.
So beautifully read. Sangeetha, if you could unmute yourself. Thank you so much, Mrs. Suhasini. That was such a beautiful rendition of the story that Sangeetha has compiled for all of us to read, and for the person who bared her soul. Congratulations for being so brave. So, Sangeetha, if you'd like to offer Mrs. Suhasini a goodbye message. I understand she has a busy schedule.
Ms. Suhasini, thank you so much for being here. I know how busy your schedule is at the moment. I'm very grateful to Rupa for connecting both of us, and it's been such a privilege to have you here, honestly. You are a voice for women in South India, and I'm being a South Indian woman mostly. I am so grateful and so blessed to have had you here today. Thank you, and all the very best of luck with your press conference today.
Thank you. Thank you, Kabir ji, and thank you, everyone. And thank you for letting me go early. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Suhasini. So that was the wonderful, ravishing Mrs. Suhasini reading out a story from the Naked Indian Woman, one of the 12 stories that has inspired all of us. So thank you so much for your time and for your gracious presence. And yes, back to Sangeetha now. Sangeetha,
I think we should let Mr. Kabir speak. He has a better voice than me. I really would like to hear from him.
But how about we start with your story? What motivated you to write this book? Your personal experience, because that is going to set a platform for the rest of the conversation. What is it that shook your soul?
My soul's been shaken since the moment I was born. I come from a military background, and my father was in the army. He's a wonderful, amazing doctor. My mother is, runs charities, and she does lots of amazing things. But yet somehow growing up, I was at the receiving end of a lot of abuse from the extended family, and fear, which seems to drive so much of what happens in this country, stopped my parents from speaking out. I was accused at the age of 14 of having an affair with my uncle. My grandfather threatened to break both my legs if I went near him again. I have been accused by another relative of stealing silver from his house. A friend's mother wanted to take me to the police station and file an FIR against me when her daughter ran away. I was the dark-skinned girl that didn't have any value, that didn't have any merit. There was just, a lot of ostracization, a lot of being pressed down, being told you can't do this, you're a girl, or your brother has to be a doctor, so you're not going to get the education you want. A lot of neglect, not necessarily from my parents, but certainly from the extended community. I was put into a college where I suffered terribly for 3 years. I tried to kill myself. I attempted to commit suicide, and I ran away to Bangalore on the back of all of that and lived on the streets for on and off for almost 11 months. The cantonment railway station and the Majestic bus station in Bangalore are very familiar to me. I know what it's like to go without food for 3 days. I know what it's like to go without water, to not have access to sanitation of any sort, to not have any friends, because at the age of 21, I learned very quickly who my friends were. And it was a very bitter lesson. I got stuck in a very abusive marriage. The man I married was living on I just sort of met him while I was living on the streets. He turned out to be incredibly violent. There wasn't a week that went by that I didn't get beaten black and blue. I don't know if you all can see this, but he broke my nose. I can't hear very well out of my right ear because he broke my right eardrum. He broke my thumb. He cracked a rib. And that's just the tip of the iceberg of all that, he did to me. I had problems with my in-laws, and the worst part, and this is why this book is important for me, I had people around me at that time. One, I was too scared to speak up and tell people what was happening to me because I thought the shame was on me. My husband was beating me, this was my fault. And the few people I tried to tell didn't want to listen, no one wanted to hear. I confronted a friend of mine a few years ago. I bumped into him in Brussels and asked him, I said, you knew my ex-husband was hitting me and hitting me really badly. Why didn't you ever step in? You were a bodybuilder, you were like this big, Punjabi strong guy, And his response to me was, oh, it really wasn't any of our business. And I'm sorry, when a woman is being beaten, when any human being is being subjected to violence, that is not their fault, it is everybody's problem. And for me, what's happening to women, because I've experienced so much of it, the colorism, the gender disparity, the way education systems are set up, I've been through it, divorce, violence, marital rape, you name it, I've been through it all. And that's why I had to write this book. It will probably be the last book I will ever write, but I do believe this is my magnum opus. I want to do it for other women because I do not want any woman to go through it. I don't want her to starve on the streets. I don't want her to know that. I want her to know there are other women going through what she is going through. I want every woman to know there is someone out there who will have their back. And I want every woman to know she can speak up. It's taken me 50 years to speak up. I don't want other women to wait that long. I don't want them to make the mistakes I made. And it's just literally as simple as that.
Gosh, Sangeetha, that's such a heartbreaking story. I can't tell you, I could actually feel my heart clench. I could feel my stomach squeeze hearing all of the stories, and the fact that you survived it all. Physical abuse, sexual abuse, marital abuse, domestic, verbal, emotional abuse, and that betrayal that you feel when your parents don't stand up for who you are and for not believing in you. It's always a woman's fault in every situation. And like you said, it's not the victim's fault, it's everybody's fault for what happened to that person. And I must, applaud you for the courage you've shown, the bravery you've shown for living such a beautiful, graceful life in the face of adversity and never ever showing your scars to people despite what you've been through. You've been a beacon of hope and a lot of strength to others. And I must praise you for that. So hats off to you for surviving and coming so far.
I do have to say a word about my parents over here. While it's been a very fractious relationship for a very long time, they have come forward to support me in recent times. They have understood what I went through. Things are much better. They have come out in open support of me in a wonderful way. And they're very supportive of this book as well, actually, which is absolutely wonderful. It's groundbreaking for me. It's a new step in all the right directions. And I'm really delighted. I learned good things from them. All the talent I have, my dancing, my abilities with music, my ability to just fight and soldier on, that comes from my mother. My ability to do good, do lots and lots of charity without expecting anything in return, that comes from my dad. So I can't say it was all bad.
Lovely, lovely. There's always room for hope and room for change. And children come from their parents, but it's also the child's responsibility after a few years of understanding to guide the parents in the right direction or make them see concepts or ideas that they didn't see before. And I want to bring Mr. Kabir into this conversation here. After hearing Sangeetha's story, what kind of advice do you have for women who are in the same boat as Sangeetha? And I can tell you, like, all of us are actually in the same boat. All the women on this platform have a story to tell. Every woman that you come across and cross paths with will have a story to tell how she was wronged and how she bore it. What advice do you have from a male perspective, or from a human perspective, rather, to these women who've survived and who carry these scars?
Sangeetha's story and the stories in the book are really heartrending stories. And they're stories of great pain and great agony and great suffering that women have endured and are enduring. And I think everyone needs to speak out, everyone needs to feel part of standing up for human rights, not just women's rights, human rights, and being more human. But I think I need to step back a bit and for a moment and say, where did all this come from? Where did all this come from? Firstly, it's a historical issue. Right from the time of the caveman gatherer, when men went out and hunted and women stayed back and raised the kids, women were seen as the childbearers. Even as society then moved into cities, businesses started, people became merchants, shopkeepers, etc. The women were still in the background. It was the men who were the bankers, the merchants, the people that earned the money and brought it home for the family. So women were still seen as nothing more than child bearers. Stay in your place, don't venture out, raise kids. This was the mentality from the day of the caveman. As society has progressed, this historical problem just continued because it was sort of an attitude that was built in and continued. The other thing is, it's not just a historical problem, it's a global problem. Around the world, women have been perceived in this way. Even very developed countries like England and Switzerland only gave vote to the women about 100 years ago. So this is an ongoing battle that is being fought. And it is today, the question of women's equality is being advanced. But let me also, in the midst of all the atrocities against women and what happens to women in India, also take a step back and say, let's count our blessings here. We are not Saudi Arabia. We are not Yemen. We are not Ethiopia. We are not even Pakistan, where a single woman living alone is under threat of being raped at any point without having recourse, the courage to go to the police station. So there are blessings. And also the laws on the books in India are much stronger today than they've ever been against the violence, for punishments for violence against women, for rape, women's ability to complain against men doing things to them. This we should acknowledge, salute, and say India is far more advanced than many other countries in the developing world, especially in terms of the legal framework. Now, it is true that despite all this, violence against women continues because there is still the patriarchal mindset, there is still the feeling of I am superior, you are inferior. There is still issues of economic dependence that women have to deal with. And therefore, it's important that these issues remain in our mind while we address the question of women being abused the way they are. And I think what Sangeetha is doing is very important. She's giving a voice to people. She's putting it together on a platform. And by the way, Sangeetha, I think you should write more books. You shouldn't write more.
Maybe I should write one with you.
Why not? Why not? Write more books, because even if you don't write about this subject, the very fact that you have gone through this will reflect in other works that you do. And therefore, that is a very rich and
thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the encouragement. Thank you.
You must write well.
Thank you. That means a lot coming from you.
So, my advice is, keep raising the voice of human rights or women's rights, that women are not unequal in any way, that they deserve to be treated with respect, equality, and also a message not just for men. It's a message for women who raise their boys and their sons with that attitude. And that has to be told to women as well.
Yes.
So these stereotypes have to be left behind, but it does take time. And the way it changes is when there's persistent pressure to do so. When the realities start to change, when people say this is not acceptable. And that percolates down to boys from the time they are school children. And their attitude towards other girls has been checked if they're wrong, and told, no, women have to be treated with respect. They're no less than you. Because this mindset has come down historically, geographically, in terms of time, in terms of space, and it has to be changed just by the pressure of social opinion. And that does happen. So keep raising your voice.
Beautifully said.
Yeah, very nicely said. And I must point out to the viewers who are sitting there, the polarity of the discussion here. We have a female voice and we have a male voice, both talking about the equality of human rights, the right for a woman and a man, both to breathe equally with freedom, without judgment, without bias, without prejudices. And let me tell you the bipolarity of the situation. Mr. Kabir, I couldn't help but notice the two beautiful frames behind you in the picture, Mother India and Marilyn Monroe's picture. Diabolically opposite. Okay, diabolically opposite characters. One lived her life unapologetically, very sexy, very sensual, and big fan of hers, Marilyn Monroe. And on the other side, we have Mother India, whose sacrifices were glorified on the silver screen, whose sacrifices were glorified. And that also has become integral or a part of our culture, where we glorify sacrifices. If a woman sacrifices, we applaud her, we laud her. We give her a bravery medal, which doesn't even exist, by the way, telling her, oh, you did a wonderful job. But if a woman chooses not to sacrifice, but chooses to stand up for her ideas, her voices, her opinion, her career, she's easily characterized as a loose character person. That's like a word very randomly and loosely used in our language and our culture. What do you have to say about that? Because, I love how feminist you are, but at the same time, you have these two diabolically opposite pictures in your background, which speak of two different values. And, Sangeetha on the other side has a very strong male voice in the background you haven't heard of. Her wonderful partner who's been supporting her through the journey, which is amazing. It's nice to have a male voice supporting her story, and it's nice to hear the female opinions through a male voice like yours. What do you have to say for the role of media and the role of this, spontaneity as well as this need for projection?
Yeah. Marilyn Monroe represented small town girl coming and doing whatever it took to become the icon that she became. And her legacy and her revenge ultimately is the fame she got and the icon she became. Mother India, yes, there's great sacrifice, but don't forget that in Mother India, the most iconic shot for me was when the mother shot the son, you know, when she says Birju and she shoots. You know, that's, it's incredible that the courage the mother had to do that, you know. This represents a whole range of human emotions. I mean, it's a classic film. It's a film that came from the earth, a film that came from feelings, a film that came from sacrifice. Also, a story of great courage. You know, Mother India is a story of great courage. We have all these symbols. We have all these symbols. But the important thing is, I have these two pictures of Marilyn Monroe and Mother India because I like iconic things. Both of them are icons in their own way, representing different continents, different realities, but representing something that has endured and something that one wants to remember and have in one's environment. But like I said, you know, I feel, just 1 minute, I can't read. Right. I just want to say, my wife is reminding me that my granddaughter, Alaya, painted that picture of Marilyn.
How sweet.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
My wife is, yeah, I've just remembered, my wife is also a product of a home where the father abandoned her mother with 6 children. Her mother raised 6 children single-handedly in England. Huh? So that's, again, another story of extraordinary courage. And all of them are doing well. All of them have turned out great. But that's a case where the father was abusive and walked away and abandoned them with no economic support. And yet, a woman's courage ensured that these children were raised and raised well and went on to do, and are doing wonderfully in life. So it's a great woman's story too. Sorry, I can't hear.
That's the first story in my book. It's called A Mother's Love. It's about that, about a woman who was abandoned and raised her children. But I was just wondering, I think we're running out of time quite shortly, Mr. Bedi, and I was wondering if you would like to do your reading now, if you're happy to.
Okay. This story is, I mean, there are far harsher stories in your book.
Oh yes, there are. You're welcome to read whatever you like, by the way.
Just because this all shows, you know, that there is another level of suffering, another type of suffering that women endure. And I think you've chosen to do this in a very much more subtle way, and I really like that, because it's easy to make things that are atrocious and make and dramatize it and sensationalize it. This is not sensationalizing. This is more about the suffering of quiet endurance, you know. And
as Thoreau beautifully said, most men live lives of quiet suffering. I think this story embodies that quite well.
Right. So this is called Rani of Jhansi. I was born in Jhansi, heir to the life and legend of that great queen. This is the story.
Call glory. Sorry.
She's watching on.
Sorry, should I start again?
Little glitch here.
Okay, should I start again? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'll start. This story is called Rani of Jhansi. I was born in Jhansi, heir to the life and the legend of that great queen. This is the story of my battle. My father was an army man, a drinking man. Violence was the norm, and my poor mother suffered much. She once tried to kill herself. This is one of my clearest memories of childhood. But he provided well for us and took me places and brought me lots of pretty clothes. I was convent educated. I graduated with honors. I was a proud member of the National Cadet Corps. And after schooling was done, I chose my path and trained to be a policewoman when life still held hope and dreams. But then I went to visit an aunt where the handsomest of young men saw me. And so love intervened in the course of my life and set me on a different path. He pursued me relentlessly, and I was charmed. And my mother thought this would be a good match. A fine young man who did not drink as her man had done. And I was married in order that I would not suffer her fate. I became a housewife, a mother of 2 beautiful boys, and the possession of a man was strict and suspicious and doubted my every move. Though we were well off, my husband, a respected business owner, love intervened yet again, and everything changed. For the love of a friend, my husband lost everything. All he had ever worked for, and everything we ever owned. And my boys and I were suddenly poor, living in a tiny one-room shack high among the tea gardens and swirling clouds, where the rent was an unaffordable 200 rupees. I was given 50 rupees a week to manage the household. How was this humanly possible? Luckily, my husband was rarely home, searching for work all day long, wherever and whenever he could find it. So I went out secretly as soon as he left to pluck tea to make ends meet from those lush green slopes around my shack, carrying bushels of green leaves every day in order to educate my boys. And then fate intervened again. A neighbor said a couple from foreign were looking for someone to work for them, and they visited only rarely. It seemed a good deal, and there was a nice house to stay in too. So I went with my eldest son and asked if I could work for them, and thus began a new chapter in my life. Now for over a decade I've toiled in this grand place. My boys are grown up, one with a wife and child of his own. And my employers, I suppose, can record better than most. But I wonder, do they know what it is like to run 2 homes, theirs and mine, every day? To face them with a cheerful smile after I have been beaten? To stoop down with an aching back to clean an obscenely large home? After a night which saw a raging fight between my sons and their father, who grew bitter. After a night where I saw a raging fight between my sons and their father, who grew more bitter each day? Do they know while I'm grateful for the work, it hurts me to see their wealth? Do we call from a much-needed nap to cook and serve, to clean their bathrooms and wash their clothes, and to be scolded for not putting a chair back in place? Do they know the shame I feel when something is misplaced? The fear that I will be blamed and lose everything again? That they hold my future and that of my sons in the palm of their wealthy hands? Do they know that my boys were selected for sporting honors, but we had not the money to help them rise, to enable our children to walk the road to fame? Do they know I envy their freedom and luxury that I might once have had? And do they know that accident of birth is all that separates them from me? Do they know that the money they spend on shopping in just a day is that which they pay me to toil a grueling and punishing, humiliating month? Do they know what it feels like not to be able to visit my own mother who is old without permission from my husband or them, and never know the freedom of my choice? Do they know that my service to them is compulsory? Or would they do what I do, and at this price? Do they know that despite it all, love, and only love, compels me to keep my family whole and strong? And so I work for them and labor long hours with the pleasantest of smiles on my face. The anger, insults, and harsh tones are borne without demur, without complaint, without choice. Do they know that I was once like them, free, with bright and shining future and few cares, a girl who spoke English and wore the authority of the Indian police force with pride? Do they know how I was a much-loved daughter who loved learning and reading and new clothes? Do they know that I am strong and that I have survived it all? The loss of face, the loss of pride, the loss of dignity, that I am not just their cook and maid, but a human who once longed for so much, that I too had wants and have them still, that I too am flesh and blood like them? Do they know that I was born in Jhansi, and though my battles are different from hers, and though my calling in this life is humble, I too am a queen who serves. Written by Gloria L., who works as a housekeeper for the curator of the book. She's 53 years old and lives in Noor, India.
I'm going to bring on the lady. Gloria, come and bend down over here. Come and say hi. This is the lady whose story you just read. Hi, sir. She's a big fan of yours. Yes. Thank you, Gloria. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Such a beautiful reading, Kabir. So thank you so much for giving your voice to her story, to her struggles, to her. I think this is like probably one of the best compliments to have Kabir sir's voice being lent to someone's story. So bravo, to the bravery and courage that this lady has shown, bearing her soul and sharing her story with us. I have another interesting question actually for Sangeetha to keep this panel discussion balanced, because if there is black, there is white. If there is darkness, there is light. If there's a disease, there is a remedy. If there is a story, there is always going to be a little criticism somewhere, which I want to ask.
Left.
Yes, this is a book of activism and you're an activist yourself, and these are stories of 12 Indian women. Aren't you scared that you could be perceived as someone who is anti-men because you've not spoken about the stories of men? Do you have something to say about that? Just for a healthy discussion.
Yes, it is definitely not anti-men, for the simple reason I wouldn't have been leaping like a lunatic the moment Mr. Bedi agreed to do my book launch. There's definitely a thread that runs through the book, which is quite, sort of talks about how women can be women's worst enemies. I will say this again and again until I'm blue in the face. The enemy of feminism is not men. The enemy of feminism is patriarchy, and women can support patriarchy far better than men can. And I have had personal experience with this. The men in my life have been the greatest support. I'm so grateful to all of them. There are wonderful men like Mr. Bedi and a slew of others who come forward and quietly work in the background to redress this terrible imbalance. So no, I don't think it's anti-men. Certainly it is very pro-women, but just because it's pro-women, it doesn't necessarily make it anti-men.
Well said. Very well said, Sangeetha. Thank you so much for making that clarification so that the viewers that we have, both men and women, don't feel offended at any point in time. Since we are coming towards the close of the panel, I'd like, to ask Mr. Kabir Bedi if he has any message for the viewers and for those who plan to read the book, how to prepare themselves mentally, and what should they expect from this book now that you've read the book and you've also read out one particular story yourself.
I think they should expect some very human stories and deeply felt stories and stories that are moving. And I think they should be motivated to do something for the cause. You know, the generation of my parents were a generation that lived for causes. They lived and died for causes. My parents were part of the freedom struggle. My mother was one of the handpicked Satyagrahis of Mahatma Gandhi. My father was an orator. They literally gave their lives. I mean, I've written about my book, which is coming out in December. It's they gave their lives for this, and we still have a social conscience, but being part of causes is an option today. You know, it's not life and death that we've got to get the country free. We've got to get our relatives out of jail. We've got to end this colonial oppression. There is all kinds of oppression around us, and it's exemplified by this book and what's been put into this book. And people should join that cause and in raising the consciousness. And this is, you can do it by joining organizations, or you can do it just by changing the reality around you, in your building, in your society, in your school, in your college, in your workplace. This is something that doesn't need organizations to be joined. You can, of course. You can found organizations. But it can be done on a day-to-day basis. I'm a great believer in the power of individuals changing the course of causes and adding to the strength of causes. Because ultimately, it's the individual that does it all. So spread the word, be conscious, make those changes not in grand ways, in little ways. If you see a boy treating a little girl, tell him, no, this is not on. You don't treat her like that. She's your equal. Those kind of messages have the greatest impact. And I really salute Sangeetha for putting these stories together, because these women had great courage in bearing their souls and putting these accounts down. And I think that will be a great strength for other women who have been through the same things, who want to stop those things, to read this book and say, this book is an important book to read, and it must be read. It's been put together with a lot of love, a lot of pain, a lot of effort, and a lot of honesty. And the word and the messages of the book should be spread so that people who think alike can gather and do things individually and collectively to change that.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Bedi. You've been wonderful. I love the work that you do on all fronts of your life. You've been an inspiration to me since I've been a child, and it has truly been my honor and my privilege to have you on this panel. Thank you so much for launching my book, and thank you to Ms. Suhasini, who's no longer here. Yes, thank you. And I hope I'll be in touch with you going forwards. And if there's anything I can ever do to say thank you in a more proactive way for you, I hope you let me know.
All right, I will.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kabir sir, for launching Sangeetha's. Sangeetha, before we close the panel, I have one final question. Do you have any special mention for this book? Because I know a lot of hearts have been contributing their stories to you.
I too. I'd like to give a big shout out to Tara and to Muskan and Natalie and Fenella, who've been great support to my book, to my uncle Machendran, who's been like a dad, to my sister-in-law Sujata. There's just a slew of people I need to thank. I would need a whole other hour to do this. But mostly thank you to you, Dimple. You've enabled so much for me. You've come on board. And I could not have had finer people to launch my book for me than the three I've had today. Thank you so much.
Huge congratulations. Huge congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much.
All the best.
Hearty congratulations to Sangeetha for the launch of the beautiful book, The Naked Indian Woman. And thank you so much to Mr. Kabir Bedi for launching this book. For those of you who are watching this YouTube live, trust me, you want to read this book. I finished like half a book in one evening, and it had gut-wrenching stories, but at the same time, it made me smile and cry in the same note. This is what this book is going to do. It's going to shake you in your chair and make you want to think how to become a better human being. So thank you to Sangeetha for launching this book. And thank you so much to Mr. Kabir Bedi for coming on board to launch this book on behalf of all of us.
Success. Congratulations.
God bless. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for watching.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, Kabir sir. And Sangeetha, if you have any final message for the viewers, you could continue.
I think I'll save that towards the end of this evening. But Dimple, thank you. You've been simply tremendous. You're a fantastic moderator and a fantastic human.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me, guys. Thank you so much. Lots of love to everybody who's been watching. And I'm going to see Sangeetha on the other side of this discussion very soon. Lots of love. Bye, Sangeetha.
I don't know what's happened. It's just stopped. This is Swateja's screen. It stopped there. Yeah, everything's on. It's all.
Sangeetha, can you see the video playing?
Can't.
Yes,
I'm sorry.
You're on mute.
I can't.
Make me the rest. Let me just check again.
It's still. You're still on YouTube Live. Take that away, please. I don't know what's going on. It's got Jane Prana Academy that's coming on.
Okay.
when I first spoke up and confessed the story of my lost childhood.
But she thought her intelligent mind working overtime, isn't education more than this? Shouldn't a place of learning be, well, a place of learning and unlearning?
How tough is it to be an army wife, especially when things go wrong?
And do they know that accident of birth is all that separates them from me?
While men were kings, they were oblivious to who the kingmakers were.
I am female, I am Indian. My thoughts, my life, my soul are not mine, but belong to my parents, my husband, and a society that worships mothers and reviles daughters.
He raped his own daughters, this man. But alas, his daughters refused to speak out.
Just because I was born a woman.
And I'm every woman that is helpless in the face of this horror.
And she was powered by that greatest of all forces, a mother's love.
I'm not an object or a subject of discussion.
I refuse to be confined to convention.
I'm not someone's pillar. I am my own momentum.
I have a soul, and these words will set it free.
This is for every woman.
This is me.
This is the naked truth. Be part of the stories of the naked Indian woman.
Well, that was about the naked Indian woman. Sangeetha, how are you feeling? The launch is here. Yes, Sangeetha?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, perfect. Perfect.
Do we have Shri and Deepti with us? I can't actually see it on my screen at the moment. Yes, Shri and Deepti are on. They just need to unmute themselves, I think.
Deepti is here. Yeah. So, Sangeetha, how are you feeling? The launch is finally here. It has been launched. The book is out. And there are people who are watching you live right now.
It's yeah. I've got like lots of boxes of tissues and towels around me to sort of absorb all the sweat. So it's quite daunting to do this, to be honest. I hadn't, when I first started writing this, I didn't expect it to grow this big, or have so many amazing people to come on board and support it. So yeah, I'm quite. Yeah, I'm overwhelmed. Is the right word for it.
Okay, you're getting so many messages from viewers. I would like to read a couple of them if you agree.
Sure.
Okay, so Stella says, so proud of you, Sangeetha, taking all her courage to open her heart for the old traumas out, and at the same time helping other women to open up about themselves. And Prabha is congratulating you for the launch, and I'm hearing this for the third or the fourth time, but I'm still in tears. So there are a number of messages.
Thank you. We'll look at them all later, but I think we have Deepti and Shri on board now.
Yes. Let me introduce them. So we have Mr. Shreekumar Varma, an Indian author, playwright, newspaper columnist, and a poet, known for the novels of Lament of Mohini, Maria's Room, Kipling's Daughter, and has collected 5 plays and the other plays, Midnight Hotel, and other plays. He won the Rank Narayana Award for Excellency in Writing and was a writer in the residence at Stirling University. Thank you for joining us today. Your contribution to art of writing is commendable.
Thank you so much for calling me.
So we have a moderator for today for this panel, Deepti Menon, again a renowned author of books such as Arms and the Woman and Shadow in the Mirror. She recently wrote the Panchtantra Tales, and her work appears in numerous anthologies. Thank you so much, Deepti, for joining us today. And Sangeetha, on to you.
Well, for starters, both the moderator and the gentleman who is going to launch the book for the author panel, Mr. Shreekumar Varma, were there at the very first book launch that I had in Chennai 7 years ago. Am I right, Shree? And they've been an incredible support. They both encouraged me to keep writing. They are both authors and writers of such merit. I mean, Shreekumar's credentials speak for themselves. These numerous published works, I mean, you don't get there without being very good at what you do. And they have encouraged me to keep writing. They believed in me. And these are two writers who do something that very few other writers do. They encourage other writers to keep going, and they try and lift other writers to come up. And this is rare. Not many writers will share the details of their publishing agents or their publishers, or, you know, review a book or be there at a launch. But Shree does this not just for me and Deepti, he's done this for so many young and new authors. And there is a bunch of us that owe him a debt of absolutely unrepayable gratitude. So thank you so much for being over here, both of you. I'm so blessed to have you both, all of us under the same, well, kind of roof, finally. So I'm going to let Deepti take over because she's the moderator, but I just wanted to say thank you up front.
Thank you so much for that, Sangeetha. It's lovely seeing you and Mr. Shreekumar Varma. Like you said, we all met under the same roof 7 years ago for your book launch. And here we are again, not under the same roof, but yes, together. So I can't tell you how delighted I am to have to be here with you and with Mr. Shreekumar Varma. And just before I start my questioning there, can I just talk about coincidences, if you all don't mind? You know, the first time I met Sangeetha was for the launch of her book, A Moral Murder. And at that time, Mr. Shreekumar Varma was the one who was launching her. And so I got to meet Sangeetha, who's an absolute delight, an absolutely wonderful writer. And Mr. Shreekumar Varma, I saw him on stage, so that I remember being very impressed by him, but I didn't know anything more. And then the next time that I heard of Mr. Shreekumar Varma was when I went to review his play, Midnight Hotel, and where I met an amazing cast of actors, but I missed the writer because he was not there. So that was twice that I had missed him. And so the third time I was determined to capture him. And so I invited him to the launch of my own book. Now he could possibly not meet me. So there we were under the same roof, and he launched my book as well. So I call that a fantastic coincidence. And maybe that is what life is. It's made up of coincidences, isn't it? And so now today we have on our panel the wonderful Shreekumar Varma and the beautiful Sangeetha Shinde, both of whom are amazing writers, but also amazing human beings. When I look at Sangeetha, I feel that, she's like an angel. Look at her. She's gone through so much in life, but does that show on her face? Oh, no, it doesn't. And Mr. Shreekumar Varma, I think he's got the gentlest face that I have ever seen in my entire life. So I just want to tell you that welcome to this panel, and may we have a wonderful session.
Thank you.
So if I can start by asking Mr. Shreekumar Varma a question.
Actually, it is Deepti Shri would do. It's such a torture for you to say Mr. Shreekumar Varma.
Sangeetha did say that to me, She said, call him Shri, but I said, I'll call him Shri when he asks me to do so. So
there you go.
I have asked.
Thank you, Shri. Thank you. So my first question to you is, you are blue-blooded. You come from the royal family in Kerala, which is a matriarchal society. Now, having been brought up in that kind of society, has that changed or has that influenced your outlook towards women?
Actually, when you say matriarchal society, in fact, I was writing that part of my novel just about 2-3 days ago, talking about the matriarchal system in Kerala, all over Kerala, mostly all over Kerala. But actually, it is only a matrilineal system, because the arc part of it is still patriarch. And it became so much of a habit that the eldest member of the family made all the decisions for everybody, that there's soon, just before independence, I think there was a charter which was made to officially allow that for the patriarch to take over. So you cannot actually correctly say that it's a matriarchal society, it's a matrilineal society. And as far as I'm concerned, yes, I had the absolute good fortune to have been born in this family, which my grandmother was the regent Maharani at that point of time. And she was one of the gentlest people. And my mother has written in an article for, I think, the Illustrated Weekly or something like that, saying that the only time she has ever heard her being angry is when some servants threw hot water at some dogs, and then she couldn't control her temper, as it were. So that sort of a gentle person with a strong, very firm hand, that I think is what everybody needs, men, women. And in that context, if we were to speak about, forming a society, that's what we need, that firmness, that strength, and that gentleness, which is born of understanding, of sympathy.
Thank you. Beautifully said there. Another question on the same topic. Now, we talk about gentleness. Now, we have this bias that men should not be gentle, women should be gentle. Now, do you think that something like this should be taught at a very young age, say from school onwards, where first your parents and then your teachers tell you to be gentle? To be gentle is not a sign of weakness, but strength.
Actually, we are all conditioned from a very, very young age about that. It's not just the gender ratio, it is the use of power. Either whether it's a woman or a man, once they have power in their hand, that sort of is what, and they grab at it. And every artistic piece, whether it's a play or a movie or whatever, sort of, emphasizes that, stresses that, and then it takes you through your life. And in fact, one of the plays that I had written called Caste Party had that as a core, where they watch a play and then come and discuss the play. And that play is about abuse, domestic abuse. And the daughter shoots the father dead. She's a police officer and she shoots the father dead. And these people congregate at the caste party, and there is a man who agrees with the woman and says this is what should be done to all the perpetrators and things like that. But actually he himself is guilty. So one aspect is we all keep talking about it. But if you look at ourselves, to hold a mirror to ourselves, we are guilty of doing the same thing. So that is what we need to do. Watch ourselves and then sort of, educate the others. I know your mother is a tremendous personality in the town of Trichur, and she's brought this huge school. That is where it starts. That school is where it starts, and where the sensitization should be, attempted first.
Thank you so much, Shri. In fact, my mother said to please pass on her regards to you when she heard that I was going to be with you.
Actually, I couldn't let this go without mentioning her. That's right. Sorry.
Thank you. She'll be delighted to hear that. So thank you so much, Shri. If I could just move on to Sangeetha for my next question. Sangeetha, this book has been a very, 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 a marathon effort on your part. Considering the fact that you yourself did not have a very happy childhood or a happy marital life initially, and you yourself were subjected to abuse at different levels. When did you decide to bring out a book like this? I do recall that you had written a post on the Indian woman, which went viral. So when is it that you decided that a book like this is necessary for all of us to bring our voices out, to bring the voiceless Indian woman out? And what do you think this book will achieve?
When at the beginning of lockdown, I'd broken my back and I was sort of just lying in bed and not knowing what to do with myself, to be honest. And as one does, one flips through various articles online, and I saw a lot of articles that were coming out about and by, celebrities and, actors and politicians about how they were managing lockdown. And it really bothered me that somewhere along the line, there was no sort of reflection of the vast majority of women like me. There was no, their voices just weren't heard. And I think maybe pain is a great instigator, for positive change if you want it to be. And I think I was in a lot of pain, and I that sort of translated into anger. And I just got angry, and I said, why? Why is it that, women like me just never get a hearing? We try to speak and we're shut up instantly. We try to say something and get either society or our husbands or our parents or, a male friend or very often female friends who just try and drown you out. And I just got tired. I think I finally, after 50 years, I just got really tired of the silence. And I had a young girl who'd come to me for counseling, for a healing session, who read that poem, I Am an Indian Woman. And then she went and basically plagiarized the whole thing, pretty much almost word for word, sentiment for sentiment, and passed it off as her own. And I had mentioned to her that I wanted to do a collection of women's writings. I thought, right, before she goes off and does this and takes my idea and runs with it again, let me do it. So this is what I did. And I reached out to a bunch of women. I'm a member of a lot of women's groups through my healing and through my very, very, loudly feminist views of the world. And I just put a call out and I said, I'm trying to do this collection of stories of women and what we go through every day. Would you, who'd be interested? And I had like more responses than I ever thought I would get. I managed to interview about 160 women, and that was tragic because it was just so gut-wrenching hearing what these women had gone through. And most of these stories were a reflection of my own life. And all these women, like me, were just willing to stay silent. Most of them did not want to put their real names, their real identities under their stories. So I managed to get 15 of them to do it. And I think they're just the bravest women I've ever met. So if any of you are listening, seriously, I salute you all. Your piece, Deepti, you wrote for me, and I love what you wrote. It was the only piece I didn't actually have to edit. But all the other stories were written from scratch by me. While it says curated and edited, I think I wrote about 90% of this book just from interviewing people and talking to them. One I actually wrote from an email that a lady had sent to her ex-husband, and it was this long email, and I had to sort of condense it into the actual story, filling in all the background and sentiment behind it. So it was a difficult book to write. I've never written free verse before, as both of you know. This was very new for me. But I didn't want to make it this long, lengthy, put in details and he said this and she said that. I just wanted very matter-of-fact, simple, straightforward sentences to carry the impact of each of these stories. And I hope I've been able to do that. What I think this book will do, I don't know. I know what I hope this book will do. I'm hoping this book will give women like me, sort of aspirational middle class, lower middle class, upper middle class, whatever those are. It'll give women the courage to speak out. Abuse only continues as long as no one speaks out against it. And I'm done with the silence. I'm done with keeping quiet about what I've been through, what people put me through. It still happens. I live in a small town, and trust me, I know what I'm subject to do on a daily basis over here, and I'm pretty outspoken, I'm pretty fierce, I know that. What must it be like for other girls in other small towns who go through it and never get to speak up? I'm just hoping that this book gives these women, one, the courage to speak out, two, just the strength that comes from knowing that they are not alone. And if it changes one woman, it makes one woman stand up and say no. It makes one woman stand up and rebel. My job's done. I'll be happy. It'll be worth it all. So yeah.
That is so beautifully said, Sangeetha. You know, I have this very beautiful quote here that says, courage doesn't always roar. Sometimes courage is the quiet voice at the end of the day saying, I will try again tomorrow. And I think that is what you are. You're not a roarer. You are a quiet worker who can roar, who can show her claws when required, but the rest of the time, I think you go about doing your work very quietly and very firmly. So I think that is what you are. And I hope that what you hope for comes true. Because what you said is right. If women learn to speak out, and if they learn that there are people there to speak out for you, that is the most important lesson that can come through this book. If I could just go back to Shri again, now when I went through all the stories in this book, I found that about 10 of them are about abuse from close ones, from relatives, from husbands, and from a lot of people who are close, and a lot come from men. Now, do you feel that if a woman is told very firmly that men are going to stand behind you firmly, maybe there are a few men who might not, but if the rest hold your hand, do you think that these 150 women that Sangeetha had interviewed would have had the courage to come and tell their stories instead of, saying, no, we are too scared? What does courage mean to you? And are you, in what degree are you a feminist? If you are one at all.
In a way, that's true, that if you sensitize the men to, take note, to understand, that it will make a difference. But I don't think that is the final solution, because when you divide people, the men and the women, the castes, put them into groups, this political, you lean towards this political party or that political party. That's what happens. When an incident occurs, as we all know, that's what's been happening these few days. It's always a blame game, and in that blame game, something gets lost, which is that serious part of it, that tragic part of it, that life, that one life which has gone wasted, which has had to suffer, and the lives which surround that one life. So if you divide it among the male and the female and that sort of thing, it's lost. It's a sensitization, like when these people who feature in your book, Sangeetha, where they spoke out to you, it's because you made an effort and you called for these writings, and then you looked at them, and then you selected, and then you chose these people. But as I asked Sangeetha once, if you are in this dark situation, a closed-in situation where nobody else knows your problems, or even if the ones, maybe your neighbors who know your problems cannot come in and help, what do you do? Where do you turn? It's not just the men alone. There should be some place where you can go and be assured that they also don't turn out to be, wolves in sheep's clothing. That's what happens. You call some lifeline, some support, and then you are again brought back to the situation saying you have to adjust, you have to go through. So that is a terrible situation. I know personally, I know through experience that when you are locked up in a situation like that, it's very, very difficult to come out, and also to know when to come out. When you're stuck there, there is a moment that you have to make a decision, and there's a moment when you have to break out. So that has to be, dinned into everybody. That has to be that it is possible to get out and whom to contact or whom to connect with. It's not sympathy alone, it's strength that you need to look out.
Absolutely. It's strength. It is not sympathy, but empathy more than anything, I think. And also, like you mentioned, the case that has been in the news, sensitization is really, really important. And the fact remains that people should realize that even one life matters. That this is called Dalit Lives Matter, but I don't think we need to even go into castes and creed and religion. Human life matters. Isn't that the most important thing? That if God has given you life, it is up to you to be able to sustain that life without being subjected to abuse or to any kind of... Yes.
Absolutely. Deepti, sorry, just a thing. We have another a surprise panelist coming on because her schedule shifted a little bit. She's supposed to be in the next panel. She's going to come on now. She's the absolutely amazing Sapna Bhavnani. Sorry about this sort of, diversion into it, but she's going to come on just for a short while. She's just informed us. So I would like Sudakshana to welcome her and introduce her, and I'll have a question for her because then she has to really, really rush off. She's absolutely amazing, this woman. I love her to pieces. Sudakshana, why don't you just introduce her? I'm so sorry, Deepti. Sorry, Shree.
And I guess look at the fierceness. I can feel it out all right here. So let me just introduce Sapna Bhavnani, celebrity hairstylist based in Bombay, India, have worked with clients such as MS Dhoni and many others. She is an advocate for animal rights and is best known as the participant in the 6th season of the Indian-based reality TV show Bigg Boss. She's a fierce woman, trust me. When I'm saying it, like you can feel it all everywhere. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm so sorry to the other panelists that I kind of just barged into yours, but I'm just in the middle of making a feature film, so I have an interview thingy I have to run to. So thank you so much for accepting me in your panel. Yeah.
No worries. Sapna, very, very welcome. Thank you for being part of the launch of this.
Yes.
I've been reading up about you, and I believe we have a common friend in Rezi, which is fantastic. I think it's fantastic that you're an activist, that you fight for animal rights, because I've been doing that since I've been 4 years old. I became a vegetarian at the age of 4. I rescued 47 animals single-handedly. I volunteered with charities, and Peter is the place I hope is my idea of heaven. So well done for what you're doing. You've gone through so much in life. You have lived life absolutely unashamedly on your terms, and I would just like you to give your views, your advice to our viewers on how to basically do what you do, to just live life absolutely no holds barred, unabashedly, Sapna Bhavnani, because I think this is literally what every Indian woman should be doing. She should be living life like you.
Thanks. First of all, I don't really think it's got anything to do with a nationality like Indian or a gender in particular, because I'm leaning more towards non-binary myself.
Right.
I think that when you start dividing yourself more and more is when problems come more and more. And
absolutely,
like maths was never a subject that I really enjoyed in school. So this, in India anyways, we are known for multiplying. Our population is like that. But now we are getting known for dividing as well, because we find any reason to just divide ourselves. I mean, before it was gender and religion and caste, and now we've come down to even sexuality, and we're going minute and minute and minute, and soon it'll just be, sneezers and non-sneezers, and I don't know, any ridiculous thing to just divide us. So I'm all for, let's just destroy all of that. No divisions. You want to multiply, continue multiplying. And I'm just saying. So I think the only way to live your life on your own terms is probably to live your life on your own terms. There is no other way around it. If it's something you truly believe in, like anything, if you believe in it, you're going to stand by it. And I think that a lot of us look everywhere else for things to believe in. And lately, it's become quite impossible to find positive role models. I don't consider Twitter activists as activists. I'm really sorry. I don't think Anurag Kashyap is a feminist role model. I don't think any Bollywood person is a feminist role model for that matter. I think going back in time, I think one of my role models, like even Pratima Bedi, I feel growing up for what she did, it was all done on ground level, not online. So I look for role models that kind of step out of Twitter and kind of Facebook and Instagram and kind of come on the real field where it really matters and do things, not just tweeting in between a shot or a set. Or it's become this habit has, I'm also guilty of it.
Armchair activism.
Yeah. So, and then becoming, just because you've done a role in a film that is a feminist role does not make you also a feminist. Or your director, if you've directed a feminist film, I'm really sorry, does not make you a feminist either. So these are things that have become, everything has just become very confusing, and you can build your reputation on social media however you want. And I think a lot of people have been doing that. But I feel somewhere our activists who dedicate their lives to doing this are kind of getting sidelined because, these people who have like gazillions of followers and who've just come over and, tweet one thing and all of a sudden get 100 retweets. So there is a slight bit of a problem kind of.
Sure.
It's what I feel,
Sure.
Yeah.
Shri Deepti, I know this is all very sudden, but I think the best things are spontaneous. Do you have any questions or things you would like to ask Sapna? Sapna, is there any questions you would like to ask them? Because this is all now, we're sort of winging it a little bit over here. Sorry.
Actually, more than Sapna, I would like to tell you something.
Me?
Yes. Now it's time to stop being an armchair. But now you're there. Now the spotlight is on you. Now you have to get up, and you're the one who's the gauntlet. I mean, not the gauntlet. Would you say the baton? Baton is with you. So now you are the one who has
on the field for
up.
25 years before Twitter and stuff. So I have actually quite a history of working on the field. Even when I was in America, in America, the biggest issue there was pro-life, pro-choice when I was there then. So I was a really brave pro-choice activist on the field, working at abortion clinics where these pro-lifers would come and harass women for having abortions. So I have been on the field. I'm the co-founder of Stop Acid Attacks, which is one of the biggest organizations now that speak of acid. Actually, Chapak was based on Lakshmi's life, which is part of my organization. I've started Pathshala, which teaches ex-sex workers a new skill, which is hair, so they can get out of Kamatipura streets. I work with Rescue Foundation with sex workers again, and I'm going to teach them a new class next month, how to learn hair. So I don't want to tweet and talk about my own stuff, but I'm an on-ground person. I've adopted a village. I've started a women's center in 2 villages with sewing machines. So the whole point is to give them a skill, to empower them, not just talk about you should get empowered. So people need to teach also. That's the biggest thing. Just tweeting is not really, who's gonna teach them a skill? Like I just came back from Kashmir actually a week ago, and they actually called me there because in Kashmir, they look down on a lot of professions. So education is a really big thing in Kashmir. So if you're a Baba, you're looked down as Hajam, Mochi. These are professions that are not really accepted in the Kashmiri mindset. So there was this lovely activist who said, man, I'm okay. I'll call myself a Hajam. I'll give up my caste. I'll give up wherever I am. Can you come here and talk? So I was the only woman. There were like some 50 men in this thing in Kashmir where I went in Baramulla. And we spoke about how there is no shame in being a hajam or a mochi or a tailor. Ya tum kahan se bhi aa rahe ho? Matlab, isme to shame hai nahi. And so it became so positive. All these kids, these girls came and joined us. And now other hajams are calling me to come talk in Kashmir. So I've become a Kashmiri hijab role model as we speak. I'm quite loving it. The fact that someone who looks like me and not my hair covered, they didn't ask me to do any of that. They just came and told me, just be yourself, come speak in our world. So people are very accepting, I think. But currently, everyone in Kashmir is very sad. They're not doing so good because their tourism is destroyed. So they don't have any food to eat, because a lot of angry tweets have been gone around by, once again, armchair activism on Twitter without actually being there. So there has been so much havoc that has spread about Kashmir that nobody is going there. And if no one's going there, their lifestyles have been seriously affected. So one woman can penetrate in many things is all I'm saying. And nothing is stopping you from going to Kashmir and starting a revolution.
Tell me what you think about this revolution, because you've got two of my favorite writers over here, and we'd love to hear what you think about this revolution we're trying to start.
So I love your title.
Thank you. I got a lot of trouble for it.
I feel, but what is naked is also really relative in today's world, because we have so many layers on. Like the film that I'm working on also is just about a woman and a man. We have so many layers that we're not really naked anyways. Even when we are naked in front of ourselves taking a selfie, we still right there have 40 masks on that we're looking ourselves at. So I think when it comes to Indian women, there is so much that is going on. There is so much rage, especially in the current scenario with UP and what's going on with the government absolutely not being present and being present, but not really doing anything about it. And this is not just the current government. This has been going on for all governments. So what has really shocked me now is that people have started comparing, this is Twitter for you, yeah, gang rapes. I'm shocked by this. People are comparing how things were when Nirbhaya was gang raped and how the government was so great, and how things are now with the current gang rape and what the government is doing. And it's really sad that this is what it has come down to.
It's taken away focus.
As a survivor myself, does anybody understand it's not about hanging the rapists? It's actually about stopping rape. Hey, that's a fucking concept. I'm so glad you used the word. Let's look at that instead of cutting their balls off at wherever we want to go with this anger and rage that we have with everything in general. I'm just saying, even with the police, as a woman, when you go and file something, unless you are raped, an FIR will not be
does not count. I learned that recently.
They will not, and I'm going through something because I myself have been talking recently about my own abuse and in a relationship, and I've gone and spoken to them. But of course, they're like, "But madam, aapka rape hua kya?" This is how they're talking to me.
Well, unless you have physical scars, a police will actually not file an FIR. You can be slapped up and you can be strangled and you can be punched, but if there's no visible scars on you, apparently the police does not actually file an FIR. So unless you go and bleeding to death, or there's something that's really severely, critically near death, only then does the, and I think that needs to change as well. But no, Sapna, if I may just take the forum back to Shri and Deepti, if that's okay.
Yes. Can I just talk to Sapna for a moment?
Please, I was just going to give the floor back to you.
Yes, Sapna, I think you are really, really fierce, and that's really wonderful. So I have a little quote here for you by Ayn Rand. Says, the question isn't who is going to let me. It is who's going to stop me. Yes. I think that's perfect for you. Isn't it? And I think, it's wonderful that you have been able to do all this, and being fierce. Just being fierce is not enough. It is when you're fierce and you do things to help other people, that makes all the difference. And I think you're doing a wonderful, wonderful job, because I was just listening to all that you were saying, helping survivors and everything. And on top of that, if you are an animal lover, that means you have a really beautiful heart.
Absolutely.
So I think that says everything about you.
Absolutely.
You know,
Shri is another
And,
massive animal lover, by the way. Shri loves animals. He's adopted so many stray dogs.
I'm an absolute animal lover. Sangeetha, me too. Please don't leave me out.
No. I'm just telling you, I think when you care for animals, you'll automatically care for other human beings. It's as simple as that. The two are actually, you know, they're so aligned. You just, it comes from, so this compassion, the compassion comes from deep within. Shri, I was just wondering, we don't have that much time left. We only got 15 minutes left. Would you perhaps like to do a quick 3-minute reading from any passage in the book that you would like to do it from? Because I can't have a book launch without you reading something from my book.
Since this is also sudden, can I just take up whatever comes up?
Yes, absolutely, you can. Okay, Deepti, I'll let you carry on in that case, and you have all your questions prepared. Maybe you'd like to address them to Shri and Sapna.
Hey, this is
okay.
This is crazy.
What?
What I picked up is a game hopefully well played.
Oh, whoa, look at that.
Wow.
That's the piece that Deepti wrote for my book. Again, hopefully well played. And
fabulous.
Is open to that. Yes.
Fabulous.
Would you like to read a couple of paras from it, or the last 2 paras maybe?
Last 2 paras.
Yeah, I think so, maybe.
Last 2 paras are very long. Okay. One tiny misstep, a carrier up in flames, the wife alongside. She holds a hand, lends a shoulder. She is the family's guide. It is tough to be an army wife, to be a woman even tougher. For men don't moan, and men don't cry. They crumble even as they suffer. However, there is a light up there at the end of the tunnel. Oh yes, there's no life that's more adventurous, no life that is more blessed. For if one can keep one's heart alive, let it beat for one's nation. Man, woman, or child, isn't that the greatest approbation? For when the one great scorer comes to mark against your name, he writes not whether you lost or won, but how you played the game. This is Deepti Menon, is an author who's been published many times. She is and lives in Thrissur, India.
Yay, well
Fabulous.
done, Deepti.
Thank you.
Very, very nice.
Fabulous.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
So, Deepti, back to you, I guess.
Yes. Yes. Is Sapna going to be around for the next question?
Yeah.
Sapna?
I'm going to be here. I'll probably spill over in the next section. I just have to leave by like 1:10, 1:50 around there.
Okay. All right. So now the next question that I have, you have been referring to armchair philosophers and armchair activists. Now, we find that the media is all over the place in everyone's hair, and there are umpteen versions of the same story where people say the gang rape happened, the gang rape didn't happen. Babri Masjid was brought down, Babri Masjid was not brought down. So finally, when you look at it, what role is the media playing today? Earlier, we used to have a media that used to present news in a very unbiased form. Today, what has happened? Can you just tell us what has happened to the media today?
You're asking me this?
Yes, Sapna. Sorry to you.
I think what I was talking about earlier, we have divided. That's what happened. Even the media has decided I will be left wing and I will be right wing. So let's divide. And in that, in the left wing, it'll be okay. I will now be pro Dalit and I will be pro Muslim. So let me further divide. And that's exactly what's happening. And then in that, I will be, okay, let me be pro-Muslim woman media. And so we just keep on dividing like that. And that's what's happened. There is no non-biased news at all. And a lot of people also don't understand is that media trials are happening left, right, and center. If a court is in the case, if a case is in the court, and what's happening online right now, it's really ridiculous. And the media is solely responsible for fueling that. I mean, it's so unethical to sit and talk about a case that is already in the court. I mean, I don't know how all these people are not taken to court and stopped to begin with. So there's so much stuff that's going on, which is unethical when it comes to media. And also when it comes to individuals who are then taking this and then retweeting it and amplifying their voice, you see? So media would be nothing if it wasn't amplified either, right? So it's everything in general. You know, you have your right wing and your left wing people that are just amplifying voices, and it's become so cliche because you know the 5 people they're going to retweet here and the 5 people they're going to retweet there, and your entire timeline used to be full of the same thing over and over again. So I think the media definitely has taken a big backseat. And I feel like they need to actually take responsibility for what's going on. Every day I'm hearing more about the journalist or the anchor than the news. You know, it's more about who's saying the news than what is the news. So for me, I don't follow any of this. I actually follow some Twitter handles that are like Live Law, Bar and Bench. I love them because there is no anchor or anyone else there. It's direct from the courtroom to you're saying what's going on. This is the only reading I have done in the COVID times, is just going and following these things. There's nothing else really that is worth anything because everything is so hyped. It's sensational. It's quite erratic. And as a human, to put yourself through that is, especially in COVID times where anyways things are really stressed out. And then you're like, in the midst of all this, you have to deal with even this on top, has been quite a lot, at least for me. I can't seem to kind of handle this. So I just kind of immersed myself in a film. That's, I said, might as well.
What is the film about?
So it's very, I've started this thing called, You Would Like This a Lot. The name of my company is called 𝐬𝐻 Films. I took a term that is very derogatory to women. I went on Twitter and I asked everyone, can you name me some terms that are derogatory to women? And of course, there were lots and some bad words. And I was like, no. I'm not talking about cuss words. I'm just talking about words in general that are non-cuss words. So 𝐬𝐻 really stood out. So I started this company. It's mainly to push women directors, talent, because there are so many of us out there. There's no shortage of us, but therefore we are never there anywhere. In commercial cinema, of course, there are 2-3 big names and women directors, but where are the others? And everyone just makes the excuse that, oh, they got married, got kids, and they've stopped working, which is not the case at all, as much as men would like everyone to believe that. We are here. And so I started 𝐬𝐻 Films for that reason, to give women directors a platform. So it's not just me. Right now, we are going to be a collective of 10 people. I will reveal all that. So my first film is going to come out of there. It's about a man and a woman only. And it goes by this quote I heard at Toto's bar. There was a drunken woman there. And she told me the best thing I've ever heard. She just told me, you know, Sapna, if a woman can be unconditional, like that dog, she can also bite. So my film is about exactly this.
I love it already.
That's the tagline of my film, by the way.
Have I got a story for you? But I'll talk to you about that later.
Yes, please. Do more women biting and finding their bites. I hope that we find our bites later.
I'm all about women finding their bite, and I hope they bite hard.
Yeah.
Actually, when I told Sangeetha, when I told Geeta, my wife, about this panel discussion, she suggested, why don't you bring up this topic of starting a women's party, political party?
Actually.
Who look out for women.
Actually.
But it may become a majority party soon.
I'm a fundamental believer that that while, yes, it's a very, very good idea, I think we women have a lot to overcome before we go starting a women's party. There's a lot to be done. And yes, I think it's a brilliant idea. But I think power corrupts, absolute power corrupts, absolutely. And there is no gender to this one. So when you put any human being into a position of power, you're going to end up with problems.
Yeah, and plus a women's party would then once again become another gender division.
Yes.
Because men don't make men parties.
No,
they just are. So
yes.
Organically, if this happens, but to set out to make a woman party, I feel is once again gender bias in itself. I think let the best person rule. That's how it should be. But everyone should be given a chance. And that's the thing with women. Like even what I was saying with Wench, we're not given a chance. You don't even know that there are women directors out there. I'm not saying hire only us. I'm saying at least know here are 10 women directors. So you can't use the excuse that we're all married with kids and we've given up our careers. Here are some,
See,
so
when,
can we come on your manel and talk sometimes in your film manels when you're discussing how women films should be made,
Sorry, Shri, you were saying.
No, when I suggested that from the armchair to the, to activism, I was thinking of using this book as a nodal sort of point and doing that.
Right.
Make it a movement. That's what I was suggesting.
I plan to make it a movement.
And how do people? I'm so sorry.
Sorry. Please go ahead.
How do people identify, people who care instead of? It's just the media, and like Sapna said, it's just the media, and wherever you go, there are opinions. But how do you identify people like Sapna, people who care, who will understand, who will that sort of a movement, that sort of a core group? How do you form, and how do people understand that and reach out to them?
Shri, if I can just add a point there, we're talking about, we vetoed the fact of an all women's party maybe, but I think it is the qualities that are important there.
Yes.
People with qualities of courage, fortitude, of uprightness, of honesty, of wanting to make a difference. I think that is most important when you need to form a party.
And that's not
that is what we need to identify.
Gender has nothing to do with that.
Gender has nothing to do with it. Yes.
Dipti, just to let you know, I think we've got 2 more minutes left on the session. So I think we need to close off. I'm so sorry, but it's been, I love the fact that it's been so spontaneous. And Shri, my gratitude forever to you and Geeta. You are my surrogate parents. Your writing talent is phenomenal, and your talents as a human being are even better than that. Geeta, you know what you are to me. I can't thank you enough for having been so flexible with this whole schedule. Sorry, it just all went off track the way it did. And Sapna, just fantastic to have you on board. Really fantastic to have you on board. We're going to be finishing off soon. If there's anything Dipti and Geeta would like to say, because I think Sapna carries on to the next panel for some time. Yes?
So I would just like to say that this has been an absolutely fascinating session. I'm so happy to have met all 3 of you here. And I think we can end this session by saying that we've made some inroads. We've put out some very important points there that if we could just put them across in the right manner, they would make a difference in the world of women, of oppressed, depressed women. We are not, as far as the book goes, none of us are oppressed, none of us are depressed, because we have all, I think, risen like phoenixes and have come out stronger for it. And, the one thing that I would like this panel to end with is that, in the book, somebody says, men need women more than women need men. I thought that was a wonderful way to put it, because yes, that shows how important women are. Shakti. How can anything be there without Shakti? So I think that is what we all are, the courageous Indian woman. Not Indian, I don't say Indian here, I say Indian because that's the title of the book, but women all over the world. I think all they need to do is move on strongly and be given all the support they can be given.
Thank you.
And finally, they will reach the pinnacle. Thank you so much.
No worries.
Thank
Shri,
you so much.
Shri, is there anything you'd like to say in closing?
I would just like to say there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 women I can see. 1, 2, 3, 4 women. The other is me. Sorry. Yes, now it's
all right.
now it's fine. Yes. So wonderful women. Thank you so much for
Thank you,
giving me
Shri.
this honor to be among you. Deepti and Sangeetha, of course, I'm deeply so happy. And Sapna, it's such a pleasure to have been with you today. And
so
Sudakshna,
kind.
you know how beautifully you organize things.
Yes, indeed. Thank
And
you, Sudakshna.
Shalini, hello.
Shalini is coming on to the next session. So
Yes,
we're going
I
to
know.
close with this one. And
thank you. Can I just say thank you to Sudakshna for all the wonderful work she's done as well. Thank you, Sudakshna.
Really, thank you. Right, we're going to close now and we're going to have the video play again for the next session to begin. Deepti, Shri, thank you.
When I first spoke up and confessed the story of my lost childhood.
But she thought her intelligent mind working overtime, isn't education more than this? Shouldn't a place of learning be, well, a place of learning and unlearning?
How tough is it to be an army wife, especially when things go wrong?
And do they know that accent of birth is all that separates them from me?
While men were kings, they were oblivious to who the kingmakers were.
I am female, I am Indian. My thoughts, my life, my soul are not mine, but belong to my parents, my husband, and a society that worships mothers and reviles daughters.
He raped his own daughters, this man, but alas, his daughters refused to speak out.
Just because I was born a woman.
And I'm every woman that is helpless in the face of this horror.
And she was powered by that greatest of all forces, a mother's love.
I'm not an object or a subject of discussion.
I refuse to be confined to convention.
I'm not someone's pillar. I am my own momentum.
I have a soul, and these words will set it free.
This is for every woman. This is me.
This is the naked truth. Be part of the stories of the naked Indian woman.
So well done.
Amazing. Thank you so much. Shalini is here.
Hello,
everyone.
Fantastic.
Shalini. Shalini Saraswati, a honorable.
Hi, Shalini.
Hi.
A celebrated international motivational speaker and an international para-Olympic athlete. Thank you so much, Shalini, for joining in today. We have Sapna too here.
Hi, Sapna.
Hi, Shalini. So nice to meet you.
It's a pleasure to meet you.
I think, Sudakshna, perhaps you introduce Shalini and Sapna again to our viewers, and we'll take it from there. When Sunaina joins in, we can include her in.
Yeah. So Sapna Bhavnani, celebrity hairstylist based in Mumbai, having worked with clients such as MS Dhoni and many others. She's an advocate for animal rights and is best known as the participant in the 6th season of Big Boss, the Indian reality show. And Shalini here. Shalini Saraswati, quadruple amputee, a celebrated international motivational speaker and an international para-Olympic athlete. Great to have you both here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for having us.
Thank you so much. So I've got so many questions for both of you. I actually don't know where to start.
Start with Shalini, since I spoke.
Start with Shalini, yeah. Okay. I was planning to. So,
internet problems suddenly.
Yes, I know technology always fails me when I need it the most. Right. Firstly, thank you, both of you. We're waiting for Sunaina Rekhi to join us as well. I hope she makes it. We have the wonderful Anupama Soni coming on at 1:30 as well, so it's going to be an interesting conversation. Firstly, thank you for being present at the launch of a book that really matters to me. I've written 3 other books, and honestly, I didn't give I'm going to say this out loud in public, a rat's ass, whether they did well or not, but this book matters. This book is about our journeys, each and every one of us who's lived within the context of this, society, this culture, this nation, and not to say this is not true of other women around the world. It is very, very true. Just to give you a background of some of the things we're going to be talking about, statistically, the rates of the statistics of domestic violence around the world is 1:3. Yeah, so 1 in 3 women gets beaten. In India, that figure is 8 out of 10. From the years 2006 to 2016, 10 million, please let that sink in, 10 million girls disappeared, and they were under the age of 10. We're facing, when I look at it, I just see genocide. But then I see women like you, and I think, wow, there's the balance and then there's the counterbalance. And you guys are the counterbalance to all the things that can go wrong for women over here. And I would like to ask you, firstly, why you think this book is important and why there should be more books like this, if that's what you think indeed. And why do you think it's so important for us to chronicle these stories through creativity, through our talks, through our conversations? Can I give that question to you first, Shalini?
Well, I think the book needs to be out there because it's the truth and it's so little spoken about, right? I remember this conversation so much. So when the whole Me Too movement had kind of blown up, and there were a lot of women who everyone just put up, which said, hashtag Me Too, because, you just had to indicate whether you've been through anything like that. And I remember then having a catch up with a lot of my friends, which were a lot of men. And they said that, Charles, I had no idea that you would have gone through that because you're someone who's strong, who'd usually speak their mind. And a lot of them, the men, were really shocked at that point in time that, they had their own sisters who had hashtagged it on social media, or their wives and their mothers and all of us. And I think the point is that sometimes I think men are quite oblivious to what is going on. So why we need to have the stories out there. Plus, like I've always said, I think sometimes putting stories like that out there can help so many other women heal, because it kind of lets you know that you're not alone, and I think scars have a way of healing when you share your scars out in the world. So I really, really think that, having stories out there that are the truth, that probably is part of everyone. So I'm sure that any woman who reads that book, Sangeetha, is going to be like nodding their heads, because there are going to be so many points in that story which they're going to associate with, which is what we've all been through. And it's unfortunate that we'll have to bring out a book to let the rest of the world know that it exists. But that's exactly why only when we start talking about these things are we going to find any way to heal or to kind of get any kind of solutions out. Otherwise, it's never going to be there. Otherwise, we're just going to be a statistic, like you said, right? And the thing that you said was, how many ever women, 8 women are abused or go through domestic violence in India. I think the statistic should say that how many men actually are perpetrating the crime. I think sometimes it's the passiveness of the whole statement as well, right? Like it's violence against women, but it's not violence by men.
Yes,
and it's
absolutely.
Always about so many women were raped, but I think the statistic we need to look at is that 9 out of 10 men do abuse other women, because then we focus on what the problem is,
absolutely,
not on who the victim is.
Yep, absolutely, absolutely. Beautifully said. Funnily enough, the wonderful General Gautam Murthy sent me a message about that just this morning. Sapna, what's your take on this?
I feel that more importantly, women's stories need to be read and heard more by men than women. As women, we already know it, we live through it. In order to make a change, men need to understand this. So I feel like a lot of times as women, we feel like we only want to talk to our people. But the thing is, our people are the ones who are suffering. So in order to change that, you have to talk to harass the woman. It should not have been the woman tagging me too for I have been violated. I would have loved to have seen it the other way around and seeing how many men are actually responsible for even hitting a woman, which they think is nothing. Oh, I just did that. That's nothing, So I feel, but when it coming back to women, because with the women that I have been working on with, rather, a lot of them are also acid survivors, and a lot of them are also dowry burn survivors. And you will be astonished to know that most of those crimes are done by mother-in-laws. That is us women. And so this is a really big thing that needs to be addressed as well, that women can bite. We do bite. So it is what happens to us when we have kids, or what happens to us when that child gets married, especially if it's a son. How do we change our opinions like that? So these are conversations, to be fair, have to happen with both genders. This especially Indian is what I'm also writing about, Raja Beta complex of the Indian mom thinking that my son can do no wrong. No wrong. I mean, I think there was a series on Netflix. It was about this. It wasn't an Indian thing. It was an American thing. It was about this guy who was a rapist, and the mother still was talking about how wonderful her son is, and she doesn't believe he could be doing it. So this is something that is really wrong in how it is inherent in our nature as well, because good men are brought up. They don't just happen. You don't just at 40 years say, oh, okay, everything that you have been brainwashed all your life is now all wrong. When your mom told me, you deserve the best, you can do no wrong, you eat this, do this, and watching your mother around the house being treated like that, all of a sudden you learn from that and you become this. So as educators, as women, I think we have to take responsibility by also raising good sons. That is the need of the hour. We need good sons raised. Women are being raised anyways. Our stories are so bad, but in order to change that, we need a balance of good sons. Otherwise, we'll constantly just be talking about our stories and no change is ever going to come about. So
that's so true, because one of my questions, and you've addressed it already, was going to be about parenting. And this is something I find doesn't happen in India. Girls are not taught, for example, to set boundaries, what levels of abuse they will tolerate. Well, they shouldn't tolerate it at all, but there's that sense of how much will you take, how much space can another person invade, where do I end, where does society begin, where do I end, where do my parents begin. These are very blurred boundaries in this country and in a lot of parts of the world. And this issue of parenting bothers me hugely. I chose, you'll be very pleased to know this, Sapna, that at the age of 16, I decided I was not going to have children because, people pollute, not machines. And at the age of 50, I stuck to my guns on that one. But I always thought if I'd been a parent, if I had a daughter and she turned 16, I would have given her a bottle of booze, a packet of cigarettes, and a packet of condoms and said, go. I've done my job. I'm going to be there if you need me, but just go, live your life, make your decisions, make your own mistakes. And I'm here as your mom or as your parent to support you in whatever you need. But this doesn't happen. In India, somehow children become extensions of their parents. I find, for example, boys become sons become surrogate boyfriends almost for mothers. One of the girls who wrote in the book, her husband slept next to his mom his entire life until the day he got married. And I think he was 32 or 33. I mean, come on, what are we doing? What are we doing over here?
That's the problem right there.
Yeah,
I can speak of experience from, the difference between dating when I was in America and the difference dating in India, and how the mother complex has been insane. And they have been so intimidated by someone like me, thinking I'm gonna like take over, and mother is not gonna be anywhere in the picture, and it's been insane
on the boy. My boy was very nice, but then of course he met this woman, and then
of course, yeah,
and
absolutely.
she spoiled him, horrible. And my other it's been, and my other problem is also I'm constantly paying for all these boys. So that's something that I've decided that's not going to happen anymore. I have lakhs and lakhs and lakhs of money. I'm dating worthless men who have rich mamas, but mama somehow then does not want to pay. Okay, let her pay for you, but I'm your mama and she's a bad woman, just know that. So this whole mama complex is really funny, but just to be a little serious, I'll just give you an...
It's that whole ladla beta and paraya dhan, it's this divide again between men and women in a family. And that's another story explored in the book, where this girl just literally asks, why? Why is this happening? Why is the difference? Why is the daughter-in-law treated like this, the daughter differently? Why is the son-in-law suddenly like the king of the house? That it's a beautiful piece, very powerful. But sorry, to go back to you, Sapna, you were saying you wanted to share a story.
Oh no, I just wanted to say, like, I was married for a brief second here in Bombay. One of the marriages, both were brief seconds, but the one of them, he very strict, Assyrian Christian.
Oh God,
in the entire family life, no one had married a non-Assyrian Christian. So here I come. Nowhere close to anything what they used to, but anyways, so we did exchange our vows and blah 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 blah. But I think just a few months into the marriage, his parents also lived in the same house, which I did not know about. But anyways, I was physically violated, where he actually beat me up. The mother is in the other room. I'm screaming for help. It's at nighttime. Screaming. Nobody comes to help. I mean, nobody. So that just goes to show, that how men are sheltered and just looked at, prized like a prize. Like, this guy, when I go old, this guy is going to take care of me. That's how they're kind of bred, and how they can do no wrong, because this is my golden goose, right? It's going to keep on laying the eggs.
Yes.
When that's not even the case, because most of the ones that I dated, they had no eggs, they had nothing. Jobless morons who I paid for, and I'm just like, why am I doing that? So now, I mean, there are so many men that are coming into my life, and I'm like, show me a house, buddy. Show me a house. You have to have a house. You're not moving into my house. It's not going to happen. Show me your money, because you don't have to pay for me, but you have to pay for yourself. That's all I ask for. Pay for yourself, because I'm just done with this. So, I mean, it's been insane, this Raja Beta thing. I'm also writing a book. So I can't wait to write this chapter on Raja Betas. It's already being written, because I'm living it to such an extent. But names.
Name and shame, absolutely.
Not shame, because I don't think the truth is shaming. This is another thing where people get a little weirded about, because they think that naming just means shaming. But actually, when you're saying the truth, it's not shaming. It's actually having the power to say the truth, which is also very rare. Women don't say the truth because we're afraid of the repercussions. And I wish more platforms were given to them, and more safe homes were given to women, so they could actually stand up there and say their truth, which is what is really needs to be told. So we are privileged in a way that we have a book, we have this Zoom platform where I'm sitting here and I'm telling you, oh yeah, I was hit once by a man, so casually, yeah, which is not casual at all. I want everyone out there to know there is nothing casual about a woman getting beat up. I say this only because for me, I look at humor as the only way forward instead of sitting and mulling in my own shit that happened. And this whole strong woman shit also needs to go, because a lot of people, oh, she's strong, she'll get over it. No, dude, really, no. Please call me. I would love to have a support group. I know I'm strong, but my cats are great. But Alice back here, my imaginary best friend, she's also great. But yeah, please, some human contact would be good. Strong people need it. So call, So
we got you, Sapna.
Shattered.
We got you, Sapna. I mean it. We got you.
Yeah.
Shalini, Shalini, which segues us very beautifully to the subject of strength.
Yeah.
I think of Shalini as a very, very strong woman. What Shalini has had to, face in life, I think few of us I think none of us could contemplate. But Shalini lost all her 4 limbs to a very rare bacterial infection. And she basically, got herself out of that place. She's representing India in the Paralympics tomorrow. She's a motivational speaker. When I speak to her, and I've spoken to her a few times, I found in her a very gentle resilience. She's just got you're amazing. You make everyone so comfortable with what you've been through, and that's a skill in itself. And you've taken your life and you've become this person that has gone on to help other people deal with all their crap. You give motivational speeches, you've helped me with my book. You're just filled with laughter, and this goes back to what Sapna said. You just laugh a lot, and we need to laugh. We need to laugh about this crap that's going on, because, we can't take ourselves that seriously. We'd go cuckoo, yes, we would. But Shalini, what was your transition from that place of, I'm going to say it out loud, for losing your 4 limbs, basically, to turning into the Blade Runner of India? Do you want to just tell us about that journey? I think Shalini has to go quite shortly, in about 5 minutes.
I have to also go. So, but Shalini, I want to hear this story, so I'm going to...
Sorry, no, Shalini, Sapna has to leave. But yeah, I think you should really hear this story, Sapna, before you go.
You're taking me out in 5 minutes, okay?
No, take your time.
Well, I think, your limbs are parts of your body, but like over a period in time, they also almost represent, in my case, growing up in a city, being privileged, to do a lot of things that I want to do, to be perhaps independent, right? Like, I don't have to ask anyone for anything. I worked, I always had money, touch wood, and basically financial independence, the independence to do what I want to do, speak my mind and do all of that. And then to kind of be in a state where you lose all your 4 limbs and then you're stuck for 2 years in a bed, and to go from there to leading a life of absolute dependence, right? Because to even drink a glass of water, I would have to ask someone for help. So it takes away the very core of the person that you are. It's a very basic survival question, because you begin to ask yourself, are you ever going to be able to be to have your life as you formerly knew it? Were you ever going to have any semblance of who you are? Are you ever going to do anything at all with your life? Like, you don't know. It's ground zero, or I would say rock bottom, more than that, because you have no idea how you're going to get out of it. And then, of course, there's a whole tag with disability. There's a whole tag with the sympathy that you get with people who constantly remind you of your disability and the fact that you probably are not going to do anything with your life, right? So I think it was multi-layered. Like, your disability is one, losing your limbs is one, but then it's also about your own identity as a person. Forget the women part, but even just who you're no longer even the person that you are anymore, and you don't recognize that person anymore. So obviously it's a huge dark place to be in, because there's nothing really much to hold on to, also because you can't hold on. But and even using words like, you climb up out of it, all of those euphemisms no longer work for you. But I think it's been a very slow process to kind of get out of it, to figure out. And I honestly always think that running kind of helped me get to that point where it made me feel a bit confident. It was a bizarre idea to decide to run after you lose your limb. Like, it's stupid if you think about it. But somewhere along the line, it became that, because for me then, when I was not designed to do any of those things at all, and then to be able to run just kind of reiterated my confidence in myself. It kind of helped me build my person back and say that, all right, the person that I knew still exists within me. My limbs are only external, and it doesn't represent the soul that I am or the person that I am, and it doesn't take away that. And there's been a process to kind of build myself up from there. I still have my moments where I feel awful about it, and I'm not going to ever deny it, because it's a difficult life. I do have my moments where I am so angry about what has happened, because I just feel it's so unfair. But then it is reality, and there's no point in thinking that being angry about it solves that situation in any form, or being bitter about it in any form is going to make your life easier. It's only up to me to decide if I'm going to make my life easier. And I think it was only that thing that kind of helped me get through that entire situation. And my focus clearly was that no matter what, I'm going to try and hold on to the person that I was. And I'm not going to try and be bitter, because for very long, I hated anybody who could walk. I was like, what the hell? You've got 2 legs, 2 hands. It's very unfair. But it's been a process to say that, yeah, you guys don't have your legs, but I'm the one on Zoom sessions these days. So it's maybe not so bad. So yes, so that's been the journey to kind of hold on to whatever that you see yourself to be.
Wow.
Amazing.
Wow. It's incredible. And I think for me, you in some ways you both really do embody the spirit of what I tried to do. You embody resilience, you embody overcoming challenges, you embody being authentic to yourselves, to taking freedom, not having it given to you, grabbing it for yourselves. And I'm really, really so privileged to have been able to bump into both of you. But there's another question I just would like to address to both of you, especially Sapna, before you take off.
Yeah.
Very, very often it is said that women are women's worst enemies. And I know from very bitter experience, my greatest heartaches, despite being in an incredibly violent marriage where I was kicked about, beaten about, put hospitalized, broken eardrum, broken nose, broken thumb, broken rib, and a whole bunch of other dignities that I won't even get into here. Yet, despite having gone through all that, I've had an uncle, my dad's friend, try and molest me when I was 17 in broad daylight in the middle of the road. I've had my dad's patients come up to me and say, oh, I've heard you're a very friendly girl, while they talk to my dad for treatment. We all go through these daily little jabs into our femininity from toxic masculinity. But there is very much, for me, has been present in my life, has been the subject of toxic femininity. And it is said that women are women's worst enemies. And I've had some experience. My greatest heartaches have come from women, not from men. What do you have to say about that? What would your take on this be?
That's exactly what we were talking about earlier, right? About what happens to women when they become mother-in-laws, or, just mothers in general. Even I, don't have any kids. That was a conscious decision made by me as well. But I feel like it's something that is really, the research on this is what I have actually been doing. That why are women like this towards other women? Is it insecurity? Is it that you think that putting one woman up is going to put you down or take the shining light away from you? It's our I don't know. I feel it's definitely insecurity is the only thing I can come up with, of how we just feel like we constantly have to compete for the prize. And if someone else has the prize, and if you support that person in a way, that you will never get the prize. So it's really strange, this thing. But I feel it's definitely insecurity. I think it's something that men do as well, but for some reason, not to this extent at all. it's a very woman thing. Like they have this bro code somehow. And so we need to crack that code is
Yeah,
what we
absolutely.
need to do.
We
We
need
need
the
to be
cis code.
invited to these bro code parties. And that's what I'm trying to do, trying to get into their psyche. So I'm invited to the bro code party, and then we can leak the code out to women. And hopefully we would have that code instilled in us as well.
I've been trying to break into a meeting of the Freemasons forever, and I haven't succeeded.
Right.
Why?
I've been trying to do this. It doesn't work.
The Masons were maybe like something you look at films and you think, oh, so science fiction. And back in the day, nowadays women are just trying to penetrate manors. Yeah. So let's just get on a manor first, and then we'll tackle the Masons later.
Absolutely. I think there should be far more representation. I like the fact that Sapna, you've started a women's, a collective of women directors. I think this is very, very important because we do need more representation.
Yes.
Despite being half the population, we're so fundamentally underrepresented in every area of life, with exception perhaps the field of teaching, and nursing, which seems to be predominantly women. The other thing that bothers me hugely when it comes to women, when I was writing this book again, I was being very selective about the stories. I wanted to get divorced, I wanted to get, all the various different subjects, but I could not, for the life of me, get a gay woman to come and tell me about her journey. Somehow, certainly in this socio-cultural context, it's okay for a man to be gay, but it's still not okay for a woman to be gay. And this really pisses me off. This really bothers me. And I don't understand why. We are the country that gave the world the Ardhanarishwara. We gave the world the Kama Sutra. Why has this come about where there's so many terms and conditions that surround being female, and never, okay, fine, female. I can't even imagine what it must to be a straight female, but imagine being a gay female or a non-binary, individual as yourself. How do you cope with this? How do you change this dialogue? How do we change this narrative?
I don't think it's easy for men either.
No, it's not. But it's
LGBTQ community in general in India is a really difficult, like I said, community to tackle. But once again, so first you are based on like division. Once again, I always get into the division. Now, why is my sexuality so important? Why is my gender so important? So these are issues that really need to be tackled. And when they are tackled and spoken about, automatically greater issues get kind of solved. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I don't think that who I sleep with is important anyways.
It shouldn't be. It's
yeah,
your business. It's nobody else's business.
Right. And so this is when people make it their business, then we break it down to, okay, now I'm straight and I'm gay, and then I'm this, and then I'm that. It just keeps on at it. So just like a straight person does not need to really go around telling people I'm straight, I feel the same goes for someone in the LGBTQ community. And like I said, with gender, men don't go around talking about men's rights. Now they are, because now they're feeling like, hey, wait a second, what's going on? Maybe women are giving us a taste of our own medicine. What's going on? So I'm just saying that, there is no man's day. So having a woman's day makes no sense. That right there shows it's unequal.
That's beautiful. I love that. And I never thought about that. Thank you for bringing
because
that to my
every day is
attention.
man's day. So
oh, I don't know.
We need to take over that narrative. But with that, I have to leave because I have to go see a man and sell myself doing my work.
Sapna, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for your support of this book, for being so wonderfully informative and entertaining. I look forward to staying in touch with you.
Yes, thank you so much for having me, Shalini. So good to speak
so much.
Really, and really fly with your book, man. And,
thank you.
Another time you will need more of these sessions. One PR doesn't help sell a book. So in a few months, hit us up again. We'll PR it again. More sales to you.
I can't wait. Thank you so much.
Bye.
Bye. Thank you again. God bless.
Bye.
So, Shalini, we've got the very wonderful Anupama Soni from Go Getters, who's just joined us as well.
Okay.
Anupama, can we see you, please?
Let me switch on my camera.
Yes,
Hey!
she is. Anupama, meet Shalini. Shalini, meet Anupama. Anu, I've been telling you about Shalini, as you know,
Yes.
a lot. And what I would like to do to introduce my entire audience to, or introduce Anu to my entire audience, my book has been dedicated to Anupama. And that's why I wanted her on this panel.
And I'm humbled.
Anu has been, she is quiet strength. I have known her for 15, 16 years now. She has been a warrior for women's rights, a warrior for other women. I know she's been a warrior for me. She's gone through considerable ups and downs, and she's always faced them with absolute dignity, and she has emerged stronger than ever before from each sort of challenge that she has faced. So welcome, Anu. Thank you for joining us. I know you know about Shalini and her journey, but I have a couple of questions. I'm just going to jump right in there with both of you, if that's okay. I just want to ask, because, you know, Anu, you've supported me so much, and Shalini, with you, without knowing me, you've supported me so much. I mean, you know, I really think of you as a friend, you know, pichle janam ki rishta kind of thing. What can we as women do to support other women? Daily, every day, what can we do? It's all very well to talk about governmental policy and, you know, judges and rapes and, you know, activists and NGOs, but the three of us here today, what can we do to change things for the better for our sisters?
I think I will just say a very small thing. You know, we all know how system is made, right? Our system, our societal system has been made like centuries ago. And we unconsciously, we've been following it, and we're passing on to the next generation without giving too much thought into it. I think we need to start decoding it for the next generation, and perhaps educate them in a smaller way, in a small little way. That's one thing we need to do it. Secondly, I feel we need to stand up for women. That's one thing I have learned in all these years is I would stand up for myself, and I would stand for women. I think these two things we need to do it very consciously.
Yeah, and it's so easy, isn't it, for us to not stand for other women? It's so simple. We can dislike them because we think they have a better life or a better figure or a better body or a better boyfriend or better children or better clothes. I don't know. We use the most superficial of measurements to base our likes and dislikes of other women. And this is something men don't do.
But I want to kind of like add, like when you're saying when you stand up, I also think that when you want to stand up for other women, we're also brought up on a lot of fear, right, as women. So I think, like, you know, if all of us while growing up were told, you know, don't get involved in other people's businesses, you know, don't get yourself into trouble, don't go to the cops, you know, or you know, you don't want to bring shame to the family, you don't want to get the cops and get shame to the family, you don't want to talk to another man and bring shame to the family. So I think the fundamental premise that we're all bought on is kind of self-preservation, always, right? You don't go out in the dark because you have to self-preserve. You don't take the late night bus because to self-preserve. You probably might not travel abroad from work because you're a woman that's traveling alone. So I think it's become your innate skill or your innate attribute somehow, and it's maybe like Anupama said, that it's subconscious. We don't even realize we do it. So when the need to stand up for another woman comes about, I think most women always are going back to that basic instinct to say, should I take on this unnecessary trouble because it might come back onto me, and it kind of takes away my self-preservation at a very psychological sense. So I think that breaking, like she said, is breaking that subconsciousness that we have within ourselves to somehow say that if we don't stand up, to tomorrow, nobody else is going to stand up for us. And it's common, like if you're going in the bus and somebody's harassing you, or you go by a public transport and somebody says, you would notice that, you know, it would be always, if possible, there would be a man or two that would say something, or maybe nobody, but you would not find a woman stand up for you. And I think it's self-preservation to some extent. It's no excuse, but Unfortunately, it's the way that we're brought up and the way we're conditioned to learn to think.
No, you're absolutely right. There is a definite there's this fear of shame, fear of self-preservation. There's this need for self-preservation. There's this protection which eventually becomes chains that bind us all. It keeps half our economy, our workforce. It keeps them out of the economy, which is crazy. I mean, I think the economic repercussions of making women stay at home is simply terrible. Since we seem to be running out of time over here. We've just got 20 minutes left. I was just wondering if both of you would like to do a little reading from the book, from a story that you like, pick anything. And if you'd like to just do a quick reading about something that resonated with you.
Sure. Can I go first?
Yes, absolutely. Please.
Okay. I'm a doctor with a good professional life. I'm also a fucking breathing human, as important and as special as any man born on this planet, with the right to love, accept, and to be okay with who I am. I love my sexuality as much as you love yours. I know that I'm sexy and I'm not afraid to show it. And as the golden rule of consent goes, my body becomes sexual when I am turned on, not when you are. Being repressed, silent, meek, submissive, and coy just to suit your fragile ego is not my normal. This is my normal. Dominant, brave, independent, saying what I want to say, being who I want to be, knowing what I want, and not being afraid to demand it and absolutely refusing to settle for anything less than what I think I deserve just because I was born a woman. I'm quite done. I'm done with the shame and the guilt imposed on me for ages and ages, my parents, peers, friends, relatives, from being the person I am. And today I take back that power that originally mine to own, the power to decide my worth. You will not shame me by the choices I choose to make. I have decided to live my truth and tell my story just the way it is. With all the uncomfortable stuff that's difficult to digest, with sex and the loss of virginity and the depression, and the abuse and the shame and the guilt thrust upon me. And I will not let anyone dictate the terms of my story, not anymore, because I know I would have done anything to hear a story like mine. This is me. I'm not a good girl. I don't go by the labels the society tries to press on me. I'm just a girl who likes to define who she is. This is me, and I don't want to be likable anymore. I just want to be me.
Fantastic. That's one of my favorite pieces, actually. I just love the way that closes. This is me, and I don't want to be likable anymore. I just want to be me.
Yes.
I have spent my whole life people pleasing, and I finally stopped doing it this year. I just said, I'm done. I'm done with what people are going to hate me anyway. I may as well do the crimes now. When we punished, let me actually sin. Anu, is there something beautifully read, by the way? Thank you so much, Shalini. Anu, do you want to go?
Yes, that was my favorite too. I thought I'll pick that up.
Okay.
Quickly switch the page.
Not at all. So I loved every story out of this. I think I've read it a few times already. So I'm going to pick up from this one, which says What She Learned. It's from Rebecca Thomas. She's 21 years old. And at the time of writing this, is studying to be a lawyer in a prestigious law college in Delhi. So this is Rebecca's story. But still, the spark remained deep inside this young girl. And she ran for student selection and won. She won in a place where language, culture, and the way of thinking was alien to her, where her preparedness for real life was second place to preparing her to be just one among the herd. But even the council win was a battle. On that had to be fought hard. And so she was constantly in trouble for thinking out of the box, for trying to harness the initiative and talent she saw in some. She was met with stoic determination from those who wanted things unchanged. And it remarkably broke her heart to see a fellow student, a talented dancer of considerable merit, drop her dreams by the wayside to please parents who were constantly certain that her performing on stage was an unpardonable sin and would attract unnecessary and unwanted attention. And one day, this girl, she finally realized this sentence would end. And she hoped that in the other places of learning, other girls were not subjected to the punitive conditioning of mind, that somehow the tide would turn and things would change for the better. And she knew deep inside her, she would be a part of that wave of the descent. She knew deep inside her that one day her escape would come and she would be part of that gale force where education and learning were more than just being taught to parrot numbers and learning how not to provoke men. And that the day would come when she would be free, and that despite this years lost to conformity, she learned that the most important thing was this, that she had to be true to herself and true to her own authentic way of life.
Thank you, Anu. Rebecca is an awesome student. She and I went to the same university, and we share very similar experiences of the educational system over there. Which again, funnily enough, links me very beautifully to my next question for both of you. Education for women. What are we doing wrong here? What are we doing wrong? What is this world doing wrong when it comes to women? Why is it that men have to go off and become doctors and engineers and lawyers, and girls have to go off and, I don't know, study sociology? You know, why are careers the domain of men? And I find even in universities and colleges, and I must share this story with the audience. So a few years, well, many years ago, actually, almost a decade ago, the dean of a very famous university, the vice chancellor of a very famous university in Chennai was interviewed by the press, and she was asked, what is your greatest achievement as vice chancellor of this university? And she replied, this woman with 2 PhDs, not just one, she said, my greatest achievement as vice chancellor of this university was to cut down every single tree on campus so boys and girls can't meet behind it. I know. You really got to. I'm serious. Yeah, this is a true story. I was kicked out of college for cracking a joke. I was actually almost suspended, almost left. My father was called. I got into all kinds of trouble. In my university, we weren't allowed to go for intercollegiate fest because, you know, all sorts of sinful things happen there. And we'd never get the invitations. And at one point I managed to get my hands on an invitation, and I went running up to our principal and I said, sister, I've got this invitation. May I collect a team and go? We'll pay. And the principal she picks, and don't ask me why a nun needs to have a cane. I mean, this still beggars belief. She picks up this cane, she waves it at me, and she says, Sangeetha Shinde, do you know why I don't let the girls go down to the plains for these kinds of things? And I said, no, sister, why? And she said, because they have things like free sex down there. And snap came my response, sister, you mean we can't charge? She dropped the cane, she picked up the phone, she called my dad, and she said, please take her away from here. This is it, you know, we are just taught to be homemakers. What is going wrong? Where are we going wrong in this, in the education we're imparting to women? And are there any ways that both of you can see that can change this?
I think the problems are so fundamental, Sangeetha. Like, you know, it starts from your homes to then the education system to the political system. I just think that that patriarchy is so ingrained now that it's just changed the way that we view every single thing, right? So when you're making the choice for your school, you're thinking about not really what's the best school for your child, if it's a girl, but really a place where she's going to be safe, or not going to be, like you said, meet the boys, or do stuff like that. So, and then even when it's in education or whatever, I'm sure like there are progressive parents and a lot of things have changed, I would say, in India to some extent. But I guess it's about, like when I decided to join job, I joined the BPO industry, so we did night shift. And I remember there were so many people who told my parents that, you know, isn't it bothering you that your daughter is away in the night and comes back in a cab filled with people and a weird driver, because she's obviously out doing something that's not really right, because who leaves home? A girl leaves home at 6 o'clock in the evening and comes back at 4 in the morning along with the milkman. So there's obviously something wrong. And I think that's what it is. It's about everything that, and in my career as well, that I have seen young girls who are there who have this thing about, you know, I want to do a day shift, or I can't do a night shift because, my husband's family has a problem, or they would be a fantastic performer, but their decisions were all driven by just that. In fact, yesterday, just yesterday, and it just struck me so much. So I'm at the stadium, I'm walking with my coach, and there's this little girl who comes through and she wants to train with my coach. And she actually got a job at the railways, and she's a triple jumper. She's very young, and then she said, I want to come train with you. And he said, sure, that's okay. So can you come in from tomorrow? Or then she said, yeah, but like I'm getting married in mid of October, and I'll take a break during that time. And he said, okay. And then he said, so are you going to continue after your marriage with your sports? And she said, yeah, like my husband's family will allow it. They've actually said so that it's something they would allow me to do. And she didn't say it with, and when she said it, she was almost proud of it. She didn't mean it as sarcasm. She didn't mean it as any of that. She genuinely felt she had a great deal because she was marrying into this family that would allow her to do sports. Right? It didn't come. And so the problem I'm saying is very, very fundamental. It's at a very basic core value problem. And I honestly, I don't know when I see the magnanimity of what we have to solve, that the problems are multitude at multi levels, at multifacetedness, that I don't even, I'm struggling with where are we going to even start, unfortunately.
I think we've started, and we've started here, and it's just not in this level. Like you're saying, it's multifaceted, and it's in so many different, it's all over. And I think it is happening. It's germinated. I see it. I come from the education industry. I'm a class assignment with that, with IIT Bombay, and I've seen people are consciously doing this for girl child, teachers training girl students to become teachers. It's all over the place. So it's maybe we're not able to see it right now, but I feel it's happening.
So I do agree. Like I'm sure there's a lot of changes since the decade or more. Like today, when I work at the BPO, I know that there are a lot more of families that are okay with send you out for night shifts.
Yes.
But I'm thinking teaching is more a profession for the ladies anyway, right?
Yeah, it is, isn't it? That's very gender-centric.
Your daughter's going to go from a 9 to 3 and be back home. She's going to get holidays. And so it's going to not come in the way of childbearing or your household activities to some extent.
And she's not going to meet other men. She's going to be around children. So it's even safer. It's brilliant, isn't it? So
it's only in high school, I think. You can't be teaching in college or in university.
It's very interesting. I think education, parenting, this as Shalini rightly said, we need this multifaceted approach to solve what is basically a multifaceted problem. But I think it all begins with each and every single one of us, how we support other women, how the change begins here. It doesn't begin from society and come to us. It starts from here and then it spreads. And I think each of us, if we made an individual commitment to be the kind of friend to other women that we would like them to be to us. This, I think, is very, very, very important. It's vital. And mothers, I think, have such an important role to play, I think, in the world. It is the hand that rocks the cradle. It absolutely rules the world. And I'm sorry to say, we only have to look not so far away from each of us to see how the world is being ruled today. There is something wrong in the way, as Sapna, who was on earlier, said, it's mothers and how they raise their boys. It's and how they treat their daughters. This defines this. And I do think, yes, it is changing. I think this book, as I said earlier, is a drop in the ocean of all the amazing things that are going on. But it is so slow. It is so slow, and somehow we need to pick the pace up. We all need to be a Shalini, we all need to be an Anu, we all need to be a Sapna, we all need to be women that stand for other women, because there is nothing more important than this. Hi.
Sorry, that's the woman who looks after me a lot.
Hi. Congratulations. How are you? And lovely to have you on board. How lovely. How lovely.
To call someone, so she's like,
right.
Sorry, I'm so sorry.
No, don't be sorry. I think that's absolutely lovely that we saw the lady who takes care of you. I think that's beautiful because, this is it again. We depend on each other. We need women in our lives. There is nothing more important than having your tribe of women around you. Nothing matters more. And what is the best way, if you could advise our viewers, especially the women, what would be the best way for us to collect that tribe of women around us? How do we define who that tribe should be? And how do we go about keeping them close to us?
I think it is, I think anybody that gives you, like I say, someone who's your cheerleader, right? Someone who's by your side no matter what. And I think that's the only thing that you need to look for while building your tribe. Somebody who stands by you and someone who's going to call out your bullshit when they see one, right? And you need women who can tell you when, listen, I don't agree with you, or I know you don't necessarily decision, but I'll stand by you no matter what. And I think that's what you need, and not someone who's going to fight against you or make your life more miserable. I think it's very important to keep your people around you that bring just positivity to you and good energy to you, as I call it. You want to keep toxicity out.
Absolutely.
How do you select your tribe? I really don't know how. I've been very lucky with having my tribe very young when I was in school, and we've stuck together for so many years. And I've been very, but that was very organic, and we just clicked. It made sense, and we've made the effort to kind of hold on to it. I think a lot of times women also kind of find their tribes, but I think what we do is we forget to hold on to them because we then give importance to the other things of the marriage and the husband and the children and all of that. And then you hit 40, 45, everyone's doing their own thing. And then you figure out like, oh my God, what am I going to do? I don't have my people around me anymore. And I think that's one of the biggest mistakes that we make.
And I think on that note, we're going to have to close off with our thank yous because we're coming to close of the session. Shalini, firstly, thank you so much. You are absolutely unfucking believable. Honestly, you are just you're a force of nature. What you are doing for other women, what you're doing for the country, what you're doing for every human just by living life with such grace, with such strength it's truly inspirational. I keep saying this over and over again, and I can't wait for you to come up to Kannur. Anu, you know what you mean to me. Anu is the head of Go Getters, which is a very, very dynamic media company. She is a published poet. She is a fashion designer, an entrepreneur, and just an all-around fabulous human being. I'm so privileged to have her as part of my life and to have been able to dedicate the book to someone like her. Thank you. Thank you, both of you.
I wish you so much luck with the book. And
God, I need it. Can you just please convince people to buy it now? Because this is what we need.
It's on Amazon.
It's available on Amazon, Flipkart, Kobo. It's available as an ebook on Kindle. Multiple options. The Naked Indian Woman is not a hard name to remember, but I should warn anybody who types that in when you throw that into a search. Yeah, I didn't think this through very well, honestly. Thank you for joining me. Thank you for just being amazing, both of you. If you'd like to say anything before you guys go, Anu and Shalini, that would be great.
Now, all the very best. Wishing you, I just hope the story gets out to the world and it helps people heal. It helps women come out and voice their opinions a lot more. And if you've done that, and if you can help even one woman, I think your purpose is really sorted. It's helped me, so I think your purpose is already solved.
Thank you. That means a lot. Anu?
All the very best.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. You're going to have to keep helping me working on the book, Anu. You know that, right?
Definitely. I'm always there.
Thank you, ladies. Thank you so much for joining us and being a part of this discussion and for inspiring all our viewers. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye. Bye for now.
Will you please have the video again?
when I first spoke up and confessed the story of my lost childhood.
But she thought her intelligent mind working overtime, isn't education more than this? Shouldn't a place of learning be, well, a place of learning and unlearning?
How tough is it to be an army wife, especially when things go wrong?
And do they know that accident of birth is all that separates them from me?
While men were kings, they were oblivious to who the kingmakers were.
I am female, I am Indian. My thoughts, my life, my soul are not mine, but belong to my parents, my husband, and a society that worships mothers and reviles daughters.
He raped his own daughters, this man. But alas, his daughters refused to speak out.
Just because I was born a woman.
And I'm every woman that is helpless in the face of this horror.
And she was powered by that greatest of all forces, a mother's love.
I'm not an object or a subject of discussion.
I refuse to be confined to convention.
I'm not someone's pillar. I am my own momentum.
I have a soul, and these words will set it free.
This is for every woman.
This is me.
This is the naked truth. Be part of the stories of the naked Indian woman.
Well, we have come to the end of the launch. This is the panel where we are going to witness the real people, the people who have shared their stories, the brave voices who shared their stories and were the fuel that fired the naked Indian woman into existence. It was because of these strong and resilient women that all of this was possible. So big round of appreciation for the women of the hour. So before that, I would like to introduce Sunaina Rekhi, one of my favorite, one of them who inspired me too. So Sunaina is a global wellness icon and yoga representative at the UN twice. She is the founder of Sunaina Rekhi Yoga and Spine It Up. She is one of the first Indian women to represent the country at the United Nations on 2019 and 2020. In 2018, the wellness instructor led the celebrations of the International Yoga Day in India along with Vice President 𝐬𝐻𝐿. The list goes on. She's here and yes, Sunaina, how are you?
Hi, Sudakshana. Thank you for this great introduction. Hi, Sangeetha. How are you, Reena? So many beautiful people. Geeta, Neha, Rebecca. Beautiful. Hi, everyone.
There's a lot.
There's such a long one, but thank you. How are you, Sangeetha?
I'm very well, Sunaina. How are you? Thank you so much for joining us. It's so lovely to have you. You've been supporting me in the making of this book since, since forever, I think. You were one of the first Insta Lives. You were literally, I think, the first Insta Live I did on having got onto Instagram and you broke the seal, as it were. Thank you so much. You're an amazing lady. All the girls who you're seeing right now, the ladies that you're seeing, are those whose stories have been told in the book that you've read. And I was just wondering if you would have a message for them, for their bravery in having come out and spoken to them, spoken to the world about their journeys. Their journeys are traumatic, to say the least, and they have been raw, fiercely brave, and just brilliantly honest in what they have done in the making of this book. So, Sunaina, if you would have some words for the girls, I think it would be really wonderful for all of us.
Yes, so Sangeetha, I have not read the book yet, but I have heard a lot about the book from you and about all the women. One, I think to be able to tell your truth and to be able to just be able to come out as a peace within yourself, and I think Sangeetha bringing it out and helping all of us bring our truths out has been, it's a holistic experience. You know what I mean? You don't know what you get rid of when you tell it or when you speak it out. And sometimes it goes away. Sometimes there's more clarity. Sometimes there's more awareness. And sometimes there's just so much strength, like you feel so good. Like, I've done this, I've conquered it because I've figured this out, even if I've not figured out all my emotions. Because I sometimes feel that like if I've gone through a trauma, but if I'm still feeling very, very emotional about it, when I go back to it, that means I'm not completely detached to it. In the moment, sometimes we tell our stories, we start to get detached from that. It's already done, it's over, it's finished. It's a new day, it's a new morning. And I think you've helped everyone accomplish that also in this book, to tell a little bit about their heart.
Thank you, Sunaina. Thank you so much. These girls are amazing. I've worked with some of them, grown up with some of them. Others I've just met, through the course of conversations about finding stories to write for the book. And I was just wondering, would you be happy, feel free to say no, by the way, to read out a little piece of your choice from the book? You don't have to, by the way.
Can I get the book?
Yes, you can get the book. What reached you? Oh, goody. Excellent. Hi, guys. So good to see you all. Reena, Neha, Anne, Geeta, Pallavi, Rebecca, Shirls, all the way from Dubai. Hi, babe. How are you? It's just wonderful to see you all. And while Sunaina's getting the book, I need to I owe you all a huge debt for sharing your stories, for trusting me with your journeys to take it forward to the wider world. I salute your bravery. It's not easy to do what you've done, and what each of you has actually done is give me the courage to be more honest about myself, who I am, where I've come from, and where I'm going. And I am just in all of your debts forever. I think we need to have a big shout out for Reena Desai, who designed the beautiful cover that all of you have seen. Reena was the artist who painted that, and she gave me the original story, so a big hand to her. Geeta and Rebecca are going to be my lawyers when the world comes for me. Getting this book organized, and when I have a complete mental breakdown, Pallavi Kriti Nanda, who's the doctor, will have to look after me, and Neha and Anne are going to have to hold me up and comfort me, as they always have done. So yeah, each of you has a role to play, and Reena, you will have to paint pretty pictures for all of us to see. While we're waiting for Sunaina, I'm just going to ask Reena, who's painted the beautiful cover, to say a few words to us about her paintings, her art. So in a couple of minutes, if you're happy to share that, Reena.
Yeah. Thank you, Sangeetha, for the opportunity to do a painting for your book cover. I was truly inspired by the experiences of the contributors to this book, and the painting reflects this. The trunk of the tree represents the trial and the struggles of Indian women who, despite all odds, puts out and shares her great beauty to those around her. The leaves, flowers, birds, and fruits represents this beauty. Thank you once again. I wish the book all the success. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Honestly, everyone's been commenting on how beautiful the book is, and honestly, as I say in my acknowledgements, this is definitely a book that should be judged by its cover. We have Sunaina back. Sunaina's going to do a reading for us without the book. Oh dear. Okay.
Thank you, Reena. That was so beautiful. Can I please see the cover, because I don't think I've received your book. Beautiful. This Reena is done.
David, can you bring the painting?
Wow.
I'm going to show you all the actual painting which is lying with me right now.
Reena, that is so gorgeous, man.
Sunaina, you have to see her work. It's incredible. Here's the original painting for all of you to see.
It's seeming, like so much like Fountainhead, like Atlas Shrugged. It's reminding me of Ayn Rand, like everything is on your shoulders, the weight of the world.
And yet you make it so beautiful. Sunaina, I'm just going to start taking questions and for the rest of the audience, for the rest of panelists. I'd like to start with Neha, if that's okay. Neha, you wrote the story that first time, yeah? And I've had that experience too. I wish I had walked away from my ex-husband the first time he slapped me, and he slapped me hard. I remember falling over backwards on the bed and hitting my head against the wooden rest, the bed rest. That took some guts. And you had the guts to walk out of a marriage that was toxic. Can you just give us a few words of advice to every woman out there who is facing a toxic relationship?
Hi, everyone, and such a pleasure to be here today. And more importantly, being a part of a book which has a cause like which is so relevant in today's day and age, I think is absolutely amazing. And I'm so proud of us all, frankly. It took me a lot of courage to actually speak about something as sensitive as, violence in a marriage. And why I'm saying this is because it's very easy for us to say, oh, things were not fine, he was mean to me, or he was bad to me, or the marriage didn't work out, it was a toxic relationship. You are using very general statements here. But when you go into the details and actually describe an incident, you are not only revisiting the past, but you're also revisiting the pain and the agony you went through, the exact emotions you underwent, right? And more than anything else, it's also a lot of humiliation. It comes with a bag of its own. It comes with a lot of shame, because in retrospect, you always say, "Mujhe kaise koi maar sakta hai?" How can anyone hit me and get away with it, right? But at that moment, I think most of us, we try to save someone else's reputation. We try and save their, their family name by claiming ki we must have done something wrong. And I think that's exactly what happened with me as well. And I feel that while my relationship was not exactly a domestic abuse relationship, it was more of emotional abuse. At the same time, whatever incidents happened, that led to a lot of rift between us. And I think that is what is happening in most of the marriages today. And people are hiding it. Women are still carrying the beacon of the family reputation. They are saying that, maybe this is something that happens in every household. We need to keep quiet about it. It's just an ad hoc incident, but that's not exactly what it is. Every incident like this takes away a piece of your life. It takes away a piece of your soul. It actually penetrates so deep that years down, you will still remember the vivid details with so much of agony. It will never go away. It becomes a part of you. So when it happens to you, you need to take some action right there and then. You really need to protect your self-respect. There's no knight in shining armor who's going to protect you that very moment. You need to stand up for yourself, be the voice yourself. That's what I had to say. Thank you. Audio. Sangeetha, audio.
Sorry. Sunaina has to leave us in about 15 minutes. So I'm going to address a few more questions to her after, just so she can sort of address you. I'm going to go back to the whole issue of violence again, and I'm going to ask Anne to unmute herself. Anne, if you can hear me, thank you.
Hi, Sangeetha.
Hi, Anu. Anu is a grandmother. She raised the two most beautiful sons. I looked after them for some time when I lived in Bangalore. I have never seen a 4-year-old boy wash another 3-year-old boy's bottom in order to look after his little brother before, and Anne managed to do that. She had the most well-behaved boys I've ever seen in my life. She's a grandmother today, and she's shared with us the story of how she, if I may say this, it's out there in the book, so it's okay, right? She was molested from the ages of 11 till she was 21, and then she left one day and she ran away. It's the first time she's opening up about this. For her, especially, it takes great courage. And Anne, I just wanted all of us to give you a big hand, because what you did, that was hard. That was really tough. And what you went through, that was simply awful. You did not deserve it. You deserve so much better. And I hope life gives that to you now going forward. But how did you get over the fact that your own stepfather molested you and that your own mother did nothing about it, even though she knew? And if you keep it short, sorry.
Yeah, it's something that I've lived with for practically all my life. the sad part of everything was that when I did talk about it, nobody believed me. And it took me all these years to actually write about it. And now that it's out there, I feel much better because somebody's going to read it. And the only reason why I've done this is because I want to help someone. If you're going through a problem, if you're going to be molested within your family and you can't talk about it, this is your time. Speak up and save yourself the agony of living for it for so many years. And thank you, Sangeetha, for giving me this platform to be able to talk about it and get this out there so someone else can be helped.
You're incredibly brave. I'm just going to move on to Geeta now. Geeta, would you unmute yourself, please? Great. Geeta is one of the gentlest and yet most fierce people I know. She sings like an angel. And she is a lawyer of some incredible distinction. She has gone up against members of parliament and fought them on cases like domestic violence, and she has won every time. You really don't want to mess with this woman legally, trust me, which is why I'm so glad we have you on board. But Geeta writes the story of one of her clients who was raped by her own doctor. This doctor went on to marry this woman, and then he raped his own daughters. And when things went really pear-shaped, Geeta stepped in to fight this woman's case. Geeta, what does it feel like to be such an incredible advocate for women's rights, for human rights? You live and breathe this every day of your life.
First of all, thank you, Sangeetha, for giving me this opportunity to make my voice heard and that of countless other women through your book, aptly titled The Naked Indian Woman. Being a lawyer, as you all know.
Oh, I think we've lost Geeta a little bit.
The connection is a little wrong.
Yeah.
I've also just gotten lost in coming back.
Really? Have you managed to catch any of that, Sunaina?
No, nothing. I've just got on again.
Oh dear, okay. We were just talking to Geeta, who is a lawyer, and she wrote a story about this client whose case she fought. The client was raped by her own doctor while she was in the hospital. The doctor then married her, had 2 daughters with her, and went on to rape both his daughters as well. She was kept hidden and in sort of subjugation her whole life, and eventually Geeta stepped in to fight her case because he was threatening to throw her out of the house after having basically abused her the whole time. Anne, who was on earlier, speaks about the time she was molested by her own stepfather. From the time she was about 11 till she was 21, her mother knew and did nothing to defend her. She just lived this quiet agony, and at the age of 53 now, she is finally telling her story without fear of people calling her a liar, which is what happened when she tried to speak out when she was younger. Sunaina, you're an amazing person. You're a yogini, and you understand the inner world as much as the outer world. You have this, your work leads you to this amazing connection between the two. What advice do you have for these women? What can you say to these women that would help them, come to terms with what's happened to them? And there's so many like them, and you're so incredibly wise and, connected with spirit, that I was wondering if you could say something to them that might help them on their journeys.
So wow, imagine how much karma we are so blessed in terms of in the next life, how much karma we have let go of, how hard this must have been. Everyone's story is their own. I don't think anyone's advice as well helps according to where they have been. For example, if I've lost somebody and the same person has lost, I can never say, oh, I've also been raped, so I understand, or I've also lost somebody and I understand. But as a totality, I think the first step is to be able to come out with that truth. Because a lot of times when there's rape involved, you also start to think it's your own fault, because the act of survival is, even if somebody is closing it to survive it, you will be like, okay, this is happening, so now let it happen because I need to survive this. So when you get out of it, you sometimes feel, did I do something? Did I allow this to happen? And I think one of the things that it's not your fault is one of the big ones that needs to get, because somewhere in your mind, people start to think, was it me? Did I let it carry on? And that happens. And I remember this woman, and the way she let it go was, she taught me yoga for prisoners. And prisoners had gone through a lot, like they must have murdered, they must have raped a lot of people, and I learned how to do yoga for prisoners. And she really stood out for me. She said to me, Sunaina, earlier I used to help women deal with this, deal with rape, deal with abuse. But today I've reached a point where I help men. And she helps men today. And I think for me, that was the epitome of learning to reach to that point where now you don't have anything against them per se, and you can actually help them. Because what's the point of something already happening if we don't even address it to the men? And they should learn this. I think this is just amazing to be able to tell your story, to be able to have an understanding, like people start to understand. And when people start to understand, sometimes you start to understand yourself.
That's beautiful. Thank you. I'm
I'm
just
really
going to go
sorry,
on.
Sangeetha.
Sorry.
I'm really sorry.
Yeah.
I had a range issue. Like, if I may be permitted to continue with what I was saying,
Absolutely.
like fighting for this lady brought untold hardships into my personal life too. I had to fight the system, and this powerful opponent even got my husband implicated in a false case to get me to back off. But finally, I got a court order. This kind of experiences made my resolve stronger and gave me the strength to fight for women. We all face a lot of hardships in life. You go through experiences and life moves on. But Sangeetha, your book is an eye-opener. And I really hope it becomes a wake-up call to bring out the voices of the unheard daughters of India to steal your words. Congratulations on your book, and thank you once again.
Geeta, thank you. Thank you so much. I think we need more lawyers like you, and we have some in the making right here. Rebecca is somebody I call Mini-Me, and I'm going to come back to her in a minute. But I want to address Pallavi and Shirley right now. Pallavi and Shirley have written two really important stories, which I think are at the crux of a lot of the problems we face as Indian women. Pallavi is fiercely open about who she is. She's a doctor. She's fighting on the COVID front lines as we speak. Shirley is an entrepreneur. She has started businesses. She's lived in different countries. They both fell in love with men who, I'm sorry to say, just didn't deserve them. That's all I can say. I know both these girls. I've spent some time with them. I've spoken to them. And they were brutalized in their marriages. They were cheated on in the most horrible way. Pallavi's husband cheated on her, stating that she was not a virgin when they got married, like he didn't know. You know, she carries the pain of that to this day. Shirley fell in love with a man who seemed to want to, I don't know, he thought he was married to his mother, basically. And on the back of that, she was abandoned in the most terrible of ways. And they have both risen like phoenixes. That's what I love about their stories. They have risen, they have fought, they have survived, and they've come out stronger and better. Sunaina, if Shirley and Pallavi, could you very quickly tell Sunaina and the rest of the viewers and the panelists very briefly why you chose to write your stories, why you chose to share your truth, and why you decided to be absolutely open about your painful journeys. Shirley, do you want to start? Shirley, you're muted, baby.
Yeah, I just connected.
Hi, Shirley.
Hi, Sai. How are you doing?
Still breathing.
Thank you for writing my story. I mean, you made it sound different than what it was. and you were there through the whole process of what it is that I was going through, while some people were saying like, no, it'll change once kids happen, it'll change, marriage goes on, it's a temporary thing. I think if I didn't have really strong women around me, I don't think so I would have had the strength to go and move forward. And it was really sad. My ex-husband was a very weak man, and the abuse was by another woman in my marriage. The abuse was more by my mother-in-law. Short of slapping me on my face, she did everything possible to go and to destroy my marriage. She's basically went and said, what more privacy do I need besides the bedroom with my husband? Otherwise, everything else was about me cooking, cleaning, and being of servitude in this day and age. And this is, we're talking about in Dubai, not in India, back home. This is educated people exposed to different cultures that still carry this type of form with them. So, yeah.
Pallavi, you need to unmute yourself. Thank you. Hi, Pallu.
Hi. So for me, speaking out my truth was really necessary for me, because it was just associated with one major feeling that was just pulling me down all the time, and which was shame. Because when my ex-husband was caught cheating, suddenly when he told my parents, and obviously my parents didn't know about my personal sex life, and he told my parents point blank that she's not a virgin when she married. So suddenly the tables turned on me. Suddenly it was all about my not being a virgin before marriage, and his infidelity and his lies and the betrayal that he did with me after 10 years of being in a relationship with me was pointless, because everything that mattered, the only thing that mattered was I wasn't a virgin before marriage. And in spite of the fact that he knew it 10 years back, I was shamed for it, and my parents felt guilty, they kept on saying, this is our fault. And when I first wrote about it on a blog, and my mom didn't speak to me for months after that. And I was not sure whether I should write about it, because now the whole extended family knows about this personal thing. But I just felt that it was so necessary, because it was time that I stopped carrying the shame that I was not supposed to carry. I mean, I just told myself, Pallavi, this is somebody else's shit. This is not your shit. This is not your crap. And you're not supposed to carry other people's crap. So that's why, it was so important for me to come out and tell the truth. And I don't know, like, a lot of people think this is a trivial issue, but this formed the crux of my marriage. My mother keeps on telling me, why don't you write about other things, like women empowerment things, like education. I said, how can I write about other things when my life has been based on this? I can only write about what has happened in my life. And this bears importance to me, because I was shamed by my husband. And it's not just the loss of virginity. I was shamed for being a sexual person for my husband. I was shamed for wanting to have sex with my husband. I was shamed with the tag that, why are you so horny? Or why are you, so dominating in bed? Or why are you, it was such an important conversation. Why are you using a vibrator? Why are you asking for sex? Why are you saying that to your husband that, let's have sex? Even that was a fault,
and that's just the point, isn't it? It's about this thing that women come with certain boundaries while men don't have those boundaries. Sunaina, you've heard some of the stories, and you're an inspiration to so many women through the work that you do. What do you think about this sort of imbalance in the sexual freedoms that are given to men and women in this country?
So Pallavi, thank you. I have actually, and Shirley, thank you. But I'm right now, I've gone through something like Pallavi. And, in life, oh, you're not getting sex. I remember after marriage, I didn't get sex. I would get sex once a month. It went to once in 3 months, then once in 6 months. So it's not just somebody's raping you, but suddenly it's also rape when you're not getting it. And you are wanting it.
Beautiful.
And like, well, you are horny, you are wanting it, you are whatever, and you're like, what the hell? So at that point, you start to become this other mean person, which I started seeing in myself, where I start pointing fingers. But you are not doing this, but you are not doing that. And then there was this point, you know, like being so shamed, you're like, forget it, man, get out of this shit, because it is shit. But at the same time, that teaches you so much. I was very sad, I still am. But there is an ease about it now. You've learned something about it now. Sex is it's a very deep one. And I think it's so right. We are made to feel guilty. We are made to feel shamed about our own sexual desires and our own sexual needs. And it's okay for the man to be a beast and put it everywhere. Like, that's fine, you know. And there's another thing, you know, I was doing a women's forum with a gynecologist. And it was so true what she said. She said, you know, today people talk about, oh, you had sex before marriage, or, oh, but when were the people earlier having sex? Like at 11, 12, so they were getting married. As soon as they had their period, they were having sex and they were having the babies, right? Now, if they're already, so your body needs to have it. Like today, I'm actually going to be doing a PCOS workshop today, but actually the hormonal imbalances for most women is because they're not reproducing at the age of 21. They're reproducing much later. Their reproductive organs are not being used till much later, right? So of course, we also feel horny. And now suddenly at the age of 18 or 19, you are meant to have sex because you've not gotten married yet. Your body requires it. And then your pointed finger, that's if you really look at it that way, we are taking much longer to have sex than our ancestors. And there is a certain time where the body needs it as well.
Absolutely.
And there's no shame in that. Like, that's
No,
all I would
isn't.
like to say. Like, it is such a lovely process to be passionate, Pallavi. Like, let's take out all that passion.
You know, and the funny thing is, you have the flip side to the same coin where marital rape is legal in this country. And you know, marital rape is still rape. It's still rape.
Of course.
And we have this dichotomy where on one side, I have a friend in London, she's an Indian girl. Her marriage broke up because her husband had a porn addiction. He couldn't actually have sex with his wife. This is a growing problem across the world, not just in India. So on one hand, you have women whose, you know, sexuality is being completely suppressed in all the wrong ways. They're being shamed for it. And on the other hand, the bestiality of men is being encouraged because they're being told, okay, fine, go ahead. This toxic masculinity, it's fine. You can have sex whenever you feel like, which is why, you know, it's a rape culture. And as Pallavi beautifully in her piece says, we all know what rape culture leads to.
Because that's what they show in porn, right, Sangeetha? Like,
yeah, I know,
when a man is doing it, he's not looking at her eyes. The woman is also getting tuck, 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 and there's no, like, there is just, no, I'm telling you, there is just this movement. It's not like so much love and whatever.
Tenderness, intimacy is not shown.
Yeah, that the girl is like an object. Okay, now sit. And there is a lot of objectification in porn. So if you actually go through, there's a lot of that. And that's what they say, like, we need to stop it because so many girls are being called from different countries, different places, young girls, because they're trying to feed a porn addiction. And they need those women and those girls. So the way we can do it is not watch it. To
Absolutely.
Be able to help.
Though I really messed up with this little title we have here, The Naked Indian Woman. You type it into Google, guess what you get? It's good.
It's gonna get a lot of views.
I know. I'll certainly get a lot of views. Yes, I know.
At least when somebody clicks on it, they learn something.
Absolutely. I think just stick it in there in the middle of all those horrible porn sites.
Now, again, you're saying
this is what you find.
There. Again, it's going to have a double meaning.
Indeed. I'd like to move it forward to our two youngest writers over here, Clarida Sharon and Rebecca Thomas. They are 21 and 22 years old, and they have come forward very bravely at a very young age, breaking a lot of chains to be able to tell their truth. Rebecca went to a college that did not serve her very well. It didn't serve a lot of women very well. I know this from bitter experience. And she was confined to being a good homemaker rather than being somebody that could express herself and be. And she went through a severe depression, and she conquered that, and now she's studying law at one of India's finest universities. Clarida runs communications for a pan-India NGO. She was a student herself. She was a national level athlete. And Clarida, a few months ago, am I right, Clarida? Yes. Somebody put her number up on Instagram anonymously, offering her free sexual favors to the world. When this was, she found out, and she was getting pictures of men were sending her dick pics and, you know, the most disgusting messages. She went to the police, and when the police showed up on her doorstep, the policewoman who landed up over there, her own parents, the auntie next door, said, no, 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 don't do this. And why are you on social media? Social media is not for girls. You'll bring shame to us. So could you both just, because we don't have a lot of time with Sunaina, unfortunately, could you please very quickly tell Sunaina in about 3 or 4 sentences, encapsulate your experiences, and let Sunaina respond to this. And I think after that, she probably has to leave.
Hi, Sunaina ma'am. A big fan of yours.
Carrie, how are you?
I'm good. I'm good. I'm a very big fan of yours.
Oh,
so happy.
Who isn't?
So actually what happened a few days before writing this book was somebody actually put up my number on Instagram offering sexual favors, like contact this person for WhatsApp sex. So I got like, you know, so many contacts, I mean so many messages from random numbers around the country asking like, you know, send me pictures of you, you know, your nudes and stuff. Then I actually thought my phone was hacked or something, and then later I realized this happened to me in Instagram. And then immediately I contacted the police, and then a woman cop attended me, and then she was like, she told me, it's okay, this happens to all the women and you shouldn't be making a big deal out of this. What you should do is just, you know, delete your Instagram account, delete your Facebook account, change your number, okay, and then move on, forget about this. And
so
then
basically
also,
you do everything because we don't want to do anything. So
exactly,
you cancel all that. Huh.
Yeah. So this is what they told me. And then obviously the people I know also told that, okay, Clary, you know, you shouldn't be giving a complaint, because in case if you do, the person whoever did this to you might get more angry and might do something more dangerous to you that will put your life in danger. So everyone around me told me to keep quiet. Like, don't speak about this. Don't even speak about this. So that is when Sangeetha ma'am came, you know, about this book, and I voluntarily went forward and I said I would definitely want to speak out about this.
That's amazing.
Rebecca?
Amazing. And I think, but Clary, why is it that we become different? Why is it that we are able to search the truth? Because the whole world, it's like the stock market. Yes. The person who goes against that and who does something different wins it. Everyone else who's been following is going to just keep following. And there's a story of a crab, Indian crabs in a box, then Russian crabs in a box, and American crabs in a box. And suddenly the box opens and all the crabs are like moving out and everyone's escaped, except the box which was written Indian. The crabs have not escaped. They're like, what happened? Why haven't you escaped? They're like, जब मैं ऊपर जाता हूँ, कोई मुझे नीचे खींच देता है. फिर से मैं ऊपर जाता हूँ, फिर से मुझे कोई नीचे खींच देता है. So I think when Sangeetha came into your life, it was more. See, no one really comes. They're farishtas. Everyone is just a farishta. At that moment, they come. Tomorrow, Sangeetha is in your life, not in your life. We don't know. But that farishta, that angel that came in, you were able to, at that point, just able to unload to whatever nobody else could get.
Exactly.
And unloading is like,
we can all be farishtas in each other's lives. That's just the point, you know. And going back to this whole thing of the Indian crabs pulling you down, honestly, I tell this story all the time because I have such experience of this. I grew up in this very small town where honestly, I can almost guarantee no one in this district other than a very few tiny handful of friends will buy a book or come and congratulate me or come and say, hey, well done. On the contrary, I have been pulled down over and over again. I have had women, I have a client from the UK that comes to do business over here. I've actually had these 3 women who have formed a covenant, they're gunning for me, who've gone around telling the entire town that I and my husband and he have group sex together. I mean, even if we are, how's it any of your business to begin with? This happens, this stuff goes on, and the only way to beat it is to rise above it. Because there'll be a Sunaina that'll come into your life, or a Neha, or a Rebecca, or a Geeta, or a Reena, or an Anne. We come into each other's lives, and our, I always say this, we're all walking each other home. Let's make the journey pleasant. Let's make the journey pleasant. Let's give a hand to each other where it's needed. Let's not gun for each other, for the stupidest of reasons, just because someone is better looking or more successful in your view, or wearing better clothes or has what you think is a better figure. These are not reasons to hate each other. These are really not reasons to hate each other. We have too much to battle together to focus on trivialities like this, in my opinion. For me, the Naked Indian Woman is a movement. I want each one of you women who've been a part of it, Sunaina, Sapna, Kabir, Bedi, Suhasini, I want this to not stop with this launch. It's not about book sales. Trust me, as an author, you make no money, believe me. But I want women to come forward with their stories. I want women who've made it to support women who are trying to make it. Because when one of us rises, all of us rise. When one of us falls, all of us fall. It's as simple as that. So, Sunaina, I know you have to leave. You've already given us more time than you meant to. Thank you for those of you listening and watching. Sunaina is the UN representative. She's a yogini of some distinction. She's a celebrity fitness and yoga coach. She is just an all-around wonderful human being. And when I started the journey of the Naked Indian Woman, the first person I was connected to was Sunaina. And Sunaina, without so much as a thought, given the incredibly busy schedule she has, came forward and said, yes, I've got your back on this one. Thank you. If only all celebrities were like you. Thank you so
sweet. Thank you, Sangeetha, and best of luck. Congratulations to all of you. Thank you, and birthday to all you guys. I think it's a happy birthday to each one of us. Coming out and sharing, I think when we share and when we are able to give and we're able to, I think our stories, it's like something's happened to us that we can actually help others. We can actually give, and when we just give, I think everything comes to us. And happy birthday to everybody. Sangeetha, well done. Congratulations for bringing us all together and bringing me on this panel. I feel so like, wow, everyone's so brave. Everyone's done like amazing things, and I felt really overwhelmed. And thank you so much.
You're brave too.
Thank you.
What you've done with your life is amazing. Thank you for supporting us all.
Thank you.
And supporting this
Bye,
launch
guys.
and this book. Bye, Sunaina.
Bye.
Right, guys, it's just us again. Right, we've only got, I think, 15 minutes left before we end this. So I think if each of you could read like maybe 2 minutes from each of your pieces for the viewers, that would be great. What I would like to do is I'd like to start with the youngest ones on our group. So, Clary, I think you should start.
Sure, 1 second. Yeah.
Just make it 2 minutes, guys. Otherwise, we go over the time. Yeah.
Okay. 1 second. Yeah. So my story is what a girl can do. So a few lines from mine. Be independent, I was told, but submit to your husband always. If you rebel like this after marriage, your husband will kick you out, and that will be the end of you. As for independence, that was just as far as finances go, but never in mind, soul, or body. And the only dreams I could have were the ones that were prescribed for me. A woman's worst foe is often another woman. It starts with her own family, her tribe, from the kindly auntie next door to the female cop who suppresses the voice, the soul, and hope of her own kind. But I shall rebel. I shall work. I shall rise and reclaim my life, my mind, my body. and I shall use it to help others like me, to break the chains that gag and bind. Women will one day look at me, and they will look at me with hope and awe, and find in me the courage to live, and to live true to themselves.
Well done.
Thank you.
Thank you, Clary. Thank you for everything that you're doing. I know you're going to be a huge success. I ask everyone to follow her YouTube channel. She gives motivational speeches on there, and it's pretty damn amazing what she does. So please do follow her. Rebecca, our little law student, the person who's going to step into Geeta's shoes in about 40 years. Go on.
Hey everybody, so I've written this the story What She Learned, right? And this is about my story at an educational institution. So instead, she heard the girls recite after the professor in class, and she didn't quite understand why these girls were parroting maths, as if they were children in kindergarten learning the alphabet. And so this was how she came to understand that maths, that the wonder of numbers was to be learned by rote alone. For you see, this educational institution promoted the concept of discipline to churn out quite obedient women. And so every morning they prayed that the girls would get their degrees, be demure and sweet, and become good homemakers of the future if God so willed. For she saw that the only reason many were pursuing a degree was to pursue better wedding bells. Isn't education more than this?
It should be more than this, absolutely. Education should teach us how to think for ourselves, and this is the one thing our education systems don't do. And well done you 3 years, and you continue to think yourself against the tide of all that was coming against you. That takes some strength, and I'm really proud of you and where you're headed. I would love it if Neha and Pallavi read their pieces out. Is Pallavi still with us? Yeah, Pallavi, would you? Yeah, oh good. Pallavi, yes, please start. Dr. Pallavi Preeti Nanda.
Yeah, hello.
My fierce girl. Go for it.
I wasn't a virgin when I married. This piece of information might be quite useless, to be frank, but it's a big deal for me. Because you see, when I caught my husband cheating on me with multiple women, that's what he said. Lines that will haunt me and that will be used against me by many people in order to tell me that I got exactly what I deserved, lying fuck of a husband who felt betrayed by a missing piece of tissue. Suddenly my virginity or the lack of it, despite being an intensely personal, sane, consensual choice, became a big deal, and the very reason my marriage ended up not working. And this was just the beginning. You weren't coy and submissive. Is there anything feminine about you for men to like? All men want pure vibes. Didn't you know that? How can you be so vocal about sex? Why are you horny all the time? What's a vibrator doing in this house?
I love your writing. Honestly, I think you should put all your writings, and you need to make a collection, because you are brilliant at what you do. There's such authenticity and such soul that comes out of your writing. I wait to see your pieces online, by the way. And you have got a gift to share with the world with your writing. Please don't ever stop writing. It doesn't matter who tells you, how they say it to you, or what they say to you. Pallavi, you, of all people in this world, you need to keep writing.
Thank you so much.
You have a message, and I'm saying this out in a very big public forum here, so go for it, okay?
Thank you.
Neha, would you like to read your piece? Neha? Sorry. We got, Neha, your...
I didn't realize.
Yes, okay, it happens.
Okay. 1 second. It took a week, just a week into the marriage, and the red flags, these sprang to life. And I saw how controlled he was by a father that dictated his every move. Our very personal story, including the ones from our bedroom, they were discussed with his mother in the most intimate detail. He would spend most of his time with them, with me, a full-on onlooker, on the togetherness that completely excluded me in every imaginable way. He sat with his mother at dinner. He sat next to her in the car. We never went out for dinner alone or had holidays like normal couple, without his parents playing the emotional card and changing all our well-laid plans. The recession of 2009 saw him lose his job, so I picked up one to support us. And despite all these everyday horrors, I soon fell pregnant. Despite my love, despite my joy with him and the baby we were to have, I was uncertain, unsure, and fearful. You are on mute.
Got it. On it. I'm so glad you got out of that marriage. I know from bitter experience, as do a lot of us over here, what it takes to walk out of a marriage, given the pressures that come on us from parents and society and, you know, our in-laws and teachers and friends. We're just supposed to endure and endure. And I'm just so glad that women like you and women like me are not enduring it anymore. So from this point, I would like for Anne, are you still around? I can't. Oh, there you are. Hi, Anne.
Hi.
Hi, Anne. Your story moves me. It's always moved me. Would you be kind enough to read a piece, a bit of it from your piece?
I'm not going to read a whole bunch of the story, but I'm just going to give you the punchline. If I could turn back time, knowing what I know now, I would change it all. If I could.
You have changed it, Anne. You have changed it. You changed what could have been a terrible narrative. You changed it into something so positive. You know, you've raised children, you've done jobs. My God, you're the most organized person I know, probably. I know you and Geeta could probably compete for being organized, I think. But I love your story, and I think your story will resonate with so many women. I have counseled women who've been raped, who've been molested. I myself, somebody tried to, and I know the trauma of it, because when I was 17 and somebody tried to molest me, it still lives in my head. It's, every time I go past that place where it happened, I think of it. The triggers are always there, and your bravery and grace in the face of what you went through, I'm telling you, we all have to absolutely salute you. Thank you, Anne. Thank you so much for being, I know how hard it was for you to do this, and you are the bravest of the brave, really. Geeta and Shirley, I love your stories as well. Obviously, I want to put them in. I would like for Shirley to read her piece out, because Shirley's piece was written on the back of an email, and a very heartfelt email she sent her ex-husband, who she's absolutely right was a weak, pathetic, spineless, lily-livered idiot who did not know what a wonderful thing he had in her. So Shirley, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
You are, okay. Shirley, would you like to read out a bit from the piece that you have about you that resonates the most with you, please?
Sure. Okay. This is hard. It is hard to read.
I know.
Okay. So let me ask you this, husband, why you're not here by my side? I expect me to stay in a place where disrespect and unhappiness are my bedmates more than you. A 3-bed home where there's no place, not even to keep my overnight things. 3 tenants all living in one room to aid your family income. And then there's your mother and you and the unwelcome stranger that is I. Your mother thinks the only privacy we need is the sometime in the bed she once shared with you. I am a home where I can't be myself or give you a hug or even sit next to you for fear it'll injure her pride. Does our marriage mean we only get 3 days alone, just you and I?
Wow. Shirley, I'm so glad you had the courage to walk out of that marriage, because whether or not you know it, and painful as it was for you, you are the change. You walked out of something that didn't serve you well, even though it hurt you terribly. And by doing so, you absolutely became the change that all of us need to be. So well done, you. I'm incredibly proud of you. And I just am in awe of the way you have reconstructed yourself after that time. Good on you, mate. Right, bringing us to the fantastic Geeta, this tsunami of a legal force that we have over here with us, who I admire so much, who is just so strong and so brave and so committed to causes she believes in. Geeta, you wrote the story of a client who raped his own patient and then raped his own daughters. Would you like to read a piece out about it?
Yes, I will.
Sorry.
I will.
Thank you.
He raped his own daughters, this man, but alas, his daughters refused to speak out. They were afraid of him, they said, and he was still their father, they felt. Funny how abuse can be swept away under the carpet of duty and love. I just want to tell women out there is light at the end of the dark way, that other women will rise to fight for you, and hope will always trump hardship. We need to bond as sisters. The fight of one is a fight for us all. And for all the untold stories out there, I hope this one will be a wake-up call.
And I think that is the most positive note that we can end the launch of The Naked Indian Woman, with all its wonderful writers, all the celebrities and authors who came together to make this happen. It's taken 6 months from start to finish to get it out here, literally almost 6 months to the day. I could not have done it without you, ladies. I am incredibly grateful that you trusted me enough to take on board your journeys and push these stories out into the world. I hope we'll be able to do more, and please know that you are an example to me and you're an example to all other women. Your stories, they're going to light fires under people's butts, basically, and this is what I wanted. Thank you for being part of the conversation, for joining us all here today. You know I'm always available whenever you all need me. Sudakshana, if you're back, can we bring you on board a little bit?
Yes, I'm here.
Hi, Sudakshana. Ladies, this is Sudakshana Chatla, who's been connecting with all of you. She put together this platform. She's enabled so much for this book, and she herself is a survivor of some merit. She has come so staunchly behind this book to support it, and I would like all of us to give her a great big salute. So Sudakshana and the team at the SAP Media, you guys absolutely rock. There is no other way. Sudakshana, is there anything you would like to say to the writers?
Yeah, thank you so much for bringing this together, Sangeetha, because if you are the bridge between all of them and us as audience who are going to read the book. So if you did not have the idea of bringing these stories together, I guess we would still have been talking about it to ourselves than people. And today we are talking to people about our stories. And today we're talking about our fights. And it's not just the reason why I was so much intrigued, and I was like, Sangeetha, let's get on board, let's do this, let's do that. Because I felt the need was now. And it's not just me, but every person who was here has done something incredible by sharing their stories. And there's always somebody else who's inspired to break their silence.
Thank you, Sudakshana. I'd just like to say a thank you to everybody else who's been involved in this book. I need to firstly say thank you to David T, who is literally my fairy godfather. And he's sitting right here, but I'm still talking to him, to the computer. He has done so much to support me, and I've known him for 20 years. He took a broken person and made her whole again. And I'm forever grateful to him. I need to thank the very, very lovely Carl Dobbels, sitting in Belgium, hopefully watching, who gave me the title for the book. He listens to me so patiently, puts up with all my mood swings. He's just the gentlest, sweetest person, and anybody who thinks white guys can't dance have to see Carol Dobbels' work. I would like to thank Reena and Kuntal Desai again for the cover of the book and for being such a support. A big shout out to Machendran uncle. You are my friend. You are my, sort of soul daddy, and your presence in my life cannot be, I cannot say enough to tell you how much I appreciate your presence in my life. I really need to say something about my lovely sister Sujata. Sujata is not just my sister-in-law, she's my sister. She's, I love her to pieces. I couldn't live life without her. She's been there, had my back ever since I've known her, now 21 years almost. My parents, obviously, despite that we keep having, I have had so much good from them. My talents, my ability to keep going no matter what, my ability to just be a decent human being no matter what. I get this from them, and I'm very grateful, especially grateful for the recent show of support that you gave me. It has really made a difference. So, yeah, my lovely friends here in the Nilgiris, Muskan Khanna, Fenella Oakley, Tara Sitara, Natalie Henderson, you guys, honestly, you've held me up. You held me through one of the most difficult moments in my life. And I'll always and forever be grateful to you for having been there for me when I needed it. Of course, Kabir Bedi, Ms. Suhasini, Shreekumar Varma, Deepti Menon, Sapna Bhavnani, Sunaina Rekhi. Have I missed anybody over here? So Lakshana, remind me if I have. Shalini Saraswati and Dimple, of course, the fabulous Dimple. Sorry, end of 4 hours, my head's not working. Thank you, each and every one of you, and thank you most of all to you wonderful, wonderful girls, you brave, brave soldiers. You keep fighting the good fight, okay? And I want to see where we take this going forward. Thank you, everyone who has listened, joined, supported, bought the book, signed up to the website, to the YouTube link. We are going to keep going. We're going to have interviews. We're going to have all kinds of amazing things coming out of this YouTube channel. So yeah, watch the space, and we'll be back for more at some point in the near future. Thank you, everyone. Right, I think we should go. We have finished on the dot of 3. Wow. Thank you.
So, Tej, if we can pause the live and